Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us for day 2 of the Board Environmental Safety meeting. I'm Evelyn Nuno, Board Specialist and today's Board Clerk. Today, we're joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff persons, both in person and remotely on Zoom. Swati Sharma, Executive Officer, Shayna Avila, Staff Engineer, Courtney Bailey, Board Specialist, Sheena Brooks, Operations and Outreach Manager, Lauren Chandler, Ombuds, Greg Forrest, Board Counsel, Linda Ocampo, Senior Staff Engineer, Firdos Pourmirza, Environmental Program Manager, and Marcus Raymond, Senior Environmental Scientist. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is July 15th at 2025 at 9:32 a.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Rigstra. Member Bhatia?
Present.
Member Brostrom?
Here.
Member Gomez? Absent for the time being, but I'm sure she's around. She'll join us soon. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Present.
And Chair Rigstra.
Present.
Thank you. We have 4 members present and a quorum is established. I'll now review some logistical items. Today's hybrid meeting is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select either English or Spanish as your preferred language option by clicking the interpretation icon located at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on this slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. And the phone numbers will also be provided in the Zoom chat, and they're also posted on our website. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table at the entrance of the room, and they can also be found on our website, which will be posted in our chat shortly. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, the Q&A function will serve as our chat feature. It will be used for individuals that are experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments. Please begin your comment with "please read aloud" if you wish to have your comment read out loud during a public comment session. To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat or Q&A. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized. Only presenters' videos and screens will be shared. Our public forum for items not on the agenda, or agenda item number 9, will be held at approximately 2:50 p.m. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit your comment via email to besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I'll now hand it back over to Chair Rigstra for agenda item 2.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. And good morning to everyone, both in person and on Zoom, and welcome to day 2 of the Board Environmental Safety meeting. Yesterday, we had our 4th hearing on the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. I want to thank those who participated in that meeting and for the thoughtful, sincere, and constructive comments. We've taken careful note of the comments that were provided. For today's agenda...
Sorry, excuse the interruption, Chair Rigstra. I just wanted to note for the record that Member Gomez joined us at 9:35 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. So just briefly previewing today's agenda, we'll begin with a report from our Executive Officer, Swati Sharma, joined by Ombuds Lauren Chandler, to provide an update on the action items from our most recent meeting that was held in May 2025. We will then hear DTSC Director Katie Butler's leadership report. After that, we'll receive an update from DTSC's Permitting Division Chief, Wayne Lawrenson, on the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report, on the updated schedule for EcoBat Resources California, from here on referred to as EcoBat. Following the presentation, we'll hear public comments specific to the updated permit schedule shared today. The board will then consider the updated schedule for a possible vote. We will not be considering or discussing the merits of the facility permit renewal, only the updated schedule that will be presented by DTSC. Following that, the board will receive a presentation on SB 673 Track 2, info sheet number 3 from DTSC's Permitting Division Branch Chief, Mujda Farouz. Following that, we'll take a 1-hour lunch break at around 12:30 p.m. And when we reconvene at 1:30, we'll receive an update from the 2 newly selected co-chairs of DTSC's Environmental Justice Advisory Council, also known as EJAC. I want to recognize one of the co-chairs in the audience here today. Thank you for joining us. We'll then receive a joint presentation from DTSC and board staff on the fiscal year 2025 to 26 fee rate setting process. And finally, public forum for items not on the agenda will begin at approximately 2:50 p.m., followed by the review and consideration of our May 15th meeting minutes. And to close out the day, Vice Chair Hacker will review action items from yesterday and today. So moving right into agenda item number 3, I'd like to introduce our Executive Officer, Swati Sharma, to provide us with her EO report. And again, she will be joined by our ombuds, Lauren Chandler, to provide an update on the board's action items from our May board meeting. Executive Officer Sharma.
Great. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Next slide, please. So today I will be covering a status on permit appeals. Slide further down. I'm in the master slide deck, it seems like. Okay, great. I might ask you to go back one slide. So today I'll be reviewing status of permit appeals, HWMP plan timeline, the 2025 board meeting dates, BES budget updates, as well as action items from the previous meeting for both BES as well as DTSC. Go back one slide. Thank you. So as Chair Rakestraw shared yesterday, the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan timeline, we had our 4th and final hearing yesterday. August 4th is the deadline for the public to submit written comments on the first draft. In September, we are anticipating that DTSC will have a revised draft plan and publicly released in September. In October, we're anticipating a virtual public workshop where DTSC will present their revisions to the draft plan. And in November, we are anticipating that the board will vote on the plan. And I realize I skipped over permit appeals. So as mentioned in our last meeting, we have received 2 appeals of the FiberTech permit renewal decision. We have received petitions to support those appeals, which are on the website and which our technical team is currently reviewing. The board staff will be in touch with the appeal parties to keep the process moving forward, and we are anticipating that this will be in front of the board in November. Next slide, please. We have 2 remaining board meetings. Our August board meeting will be in Milpitas, and our November board meeting, as Chair Rakestraw indicated, we might be moving that date, will be in Los Angeles. Next slide, please. And to provide a budget update, these numbers are through the end of April. As I've shared previously, the board budget, we are authorized for 5 board members, 1 full-time and 4 part-time board members, and 12 staff positions to support the board. Our total budget for 24-25 was $2.816 million, $2.4 million for personnel services, and $416,000 for general expenses. Through the end of April, our board expenditures have been a little bit over $2 million, and our remaining budget is $675,000. Next slide, please. In May, we had a few action items for the board that I would like to follow up with. We had heard from Victor Morales, who had asked a question about the quarterly fees being charged by DTSC for local CUPAs and whether those monies are separate from the fees that will be implemented by the board. So the So Cal EPA's unified program is operated through Cal EPA, and as such, the Coupa state surcharges are assessed by Cal EPA and is separate from DTSC's fees. DTSC is a partner state agency of the Coupa program, and as such, does receive an annual appropriation that comes through Coupa state surcharges to support activities related to Coupas. Furthermore, DTSC does serve as a Coupa for 2 counties and as such does assess the surcharges for those 2 counties. And the collected funds are remitted to Cal EPA, and this response was forwarded to Mr. Morales. Next action item, Angela Johnson-Mazaros requested a copy of the SEPS comments that were provided to enforcement from the April meeting. She also requested a meeting to talk about the SB 673 working group. So this item is in progress. From my understanding, the comments have been sent to Ms. Johnson-Mazaros, and the meeting is currently in process to be scheduled. Last action item for the board, Aleja Kretcher with Communities for a Better Environment asked if there were ways to communicate to generate funding to complete the Exide cleanup and has asked to meet with DTSC and the working group to discuss this further. Aleja did meet with Member Bhatia as well as board staff to better understand the funding for Exide, and so this item is currently complete. And now I would like to call up our ombuds, Lauren Chandler, to review DTSC action items. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, good. There were 5 action items recorded for DTSC during the public meeting held on May 15th at the DTSC's Cypress Regional Office, all related to DTSC's leadership report. The Director's Office has responded to all items. From Board Member Bhatia, the first item, next slide. Here we go. Thank you. From Board Member Bhatia, the first item was a suggestion that DTSC consider a module similar to the SCP module where manufacturers can upload information, but used to identify what materials might be ending up in the waste stream and possibly developing some source reduction around it. The Director's Office is considering this item as a suggestion, and for now it's considered to be in progress. Next slide. Our second item is also from Member Bhatia and was a request for creation of a metric for SB 673 that can be used to evaluate the process itself. Per the Director's Office, this item is being considered as a suggestion and is also considered to be in progress. Next slide. Our third action item comes from Member Gomez, a request for information about DTSC's new training module for public outreach and a list of staff that are going to be trained. The Director's Office is discussing this item and will provide updates as they become available. So this item is considered to be in progress. Next slide. The fourth action item also pertains to the DTSC leadership report. Member Brostrom requested a specific anticipated timeline of the formal regulatory processes for SB 673 Track 2. Per the Director's Office, as of May 19th, there may be a presentation about this at a future public meeting, so hopefully we can look forward to seeing that soon. This item has been logged as in progress. Next slide. Our fifth and final action item from Member Brostrom is a request for more information about the process for public engagement that will be taking place under Priority 2 and whether there is a possibility of incorporating board members into that process. The Director's Office responded that there may be a presentation about this at a future public meeting, so another thing for us to look forward to. This item has also been logged as in progress. Thank you for your attention.
That's it on our end. We'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swati and Lauren, for those updates. Board members, does anyone have any comments or questions before we proceed?
Just
Vice Chair.
given one of those 5, all of which seem to be in progress, I hope, I do want to note that on our agenda today is SB 673 Track 2, so we should have a better sense of schedule per that action item.
Thanks very much. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thank you very much, board members. Evelyn, can you please open the floor for public comments on this agenda item, which is still the executive officer report?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We will now open the floor for public comment regarding agenda item number 3, Executive Officer Report. I'll quickly scan the room. If there's one person that would like to comment. For folks that would like to comment on agenda item number 3 on Zoom, please keep your hand raised so that I can call on you next. Please, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Angela Johnson-Mazzaras. I'm with Earth Justice, and I just wanted to quickly note that at the last meeting, we learned that DTSC was providing trainings in environmental justice for the staff, and I believe we asked for a copy of that training module, which my understanding is it's already completed and being used. I didn't see it listed here, and I'm just wondering what happened to that item.
We will note that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Anyone else in the room that would like to comment on this agenda item, Executive Officer Report? Yes.
I have a comment in relation to that. I think there was a reference to in the report from Lauren about her reference to me asking for that training. I think that training was around environmental justice training, but I don't think that it wasn't clear. So I think they're gathering that information, I guess. Some progress.
So to clarify, the same training that you're referring to is the one that Member Gomez is also asked for. So that is in progress, right, Lauren? Okay.
We have another public comment.
Again, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes. And
This
feel
is
free to
Miguel
say-
Alatorre with the Unidos Network and the EJAC. I was really curious if that public engagement process is going to be available to the public and that training, what exactly is it going to cover for DTSC?
Have to ask DTSC that question.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Last call for in-person comments on agenda item number 3, Executive Officer Report. Seeing none, I see no hands on Zoom for public comment on this item either. So interpreters, can you please confirm or let me know if there are any Spanish comments? Thank you, Mark, for confirming. No comments on the Spanish line either. So that closes public comment for agenda item number 3, Executive Officer Report. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. I'm noticing that Director Katie Butler is not in the audience at the moment, so why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll try to get in touch with her, see where she's at, and then reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. As Chair Rakestraw stated, we will be back in 5 minutes or around 9:55. Thank you. Running 1 minute early from break. If you can please either take your conversations outside or please settle down. We're going to start back up. Thank you. So we do maintain a quorum with having all members present. I'll send it off back to you, Chair Rakestraw, for agenda item number 4.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. So we will now move into agenda item number 3, which is the executive officer, item number 4, which is DTSC's leadership report. I'd like to introduce DTSC Director Katie Butler to provide us with her leadership report. Katie, thank you for joining us today. And I'd also like to congratulate you as well on your Senate confirmation last week. So Katie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw and honorable board members. Good morning. Good to see all of you today. I'm honored to provide this update for the DTSC leadership report. I will recap a bit of last fiscal year as we're closing it out and beginning a new fiscal year, and cover some recent departmental news, happenings since we last convened, to share some highlights, focusing on some of our enforcement work, community engagement, and you also asked for an update on 673, so I'll be providing that today. Okay, so the first update is a major milestone for the department as it pertains to the Exide cleanup. On June 20th, 2025, DTSC completed cleanup of almost 6,000 parcels. This represents the number of parcels that DTSC was funded to do as a result of Senate Bill 158 and the original appropriation of $322 million for 5,940 residential cleanups. So this graph illustrates that very steady progress, the hard work of our teams in full partnership with the community leaders, the working group that was assembled in the last couple years that helped DTSC get to this finish line, because it would not have been possible without the third-party monitor that was put in place, so that we could have successful, safe operations on a daily basis. And this work continues in the parkways. So this is marking the end or the completion of those residential cleanups that DTSC was funded to do. We are looking ahead, and we received $70 million for this next fiscal year to fund additional cleanup work for this project. So we're not done, but this is a huge milestone for our department. So I wanted to share that with all of you, the public, and thank our teams and the community for their partnership on this. As you all know, one of my top priorities is enforcement, and we worked hard this last fiscal year building a culture of enforcement. Atlas Metal was a metal recycling facility located in the Watts neighborhood in South Los Angeles, located right next to a high school and a housing development. This facility had been in operation since 1949. However, in recent years, it repeatedly violated environmental laws and posed a serious public health risk to the residents, the students that live and go to school very close to this facility. When I joined DTSC as deputy director over a couple years ago, I increased our level of assistance that we were providing the LADA office. And in August of 2024, some of you may remember, there was an explosion at this facility on the first day of school for the students. That explosion led to even more increased investigation by our Office of Criminal Investigation and led to the criminal prosecution by the LA County District Attorney's Office, led by DA Nathan Hochman. I'm extremely grateful to the district attorney, to Nathan Hochman, for his partnership, for his leadership in this strong enforcement action that led to the facility being permanently shut down. Ultimately, Atlas was charged with 5 felony counts of hazardous waste disposal, and I joined the LA County DA at a press conference on May 20th. Now the facility must comply with DTSC's cleanup orders. So our site mitigation team is laser focused on the cleanup activities at this former metal processing facility. This was truly a multi-agency effort, and it will continue to be through the cleanup process. It was also a cross-program effort at DTSC involving our site mitigation folks, our Office of Criminal Investigations, and our Office of Legal Counsel that worked hard to draft a land use covenant for the site. Our environmental chemistry lab was also instrumental in conducting the analytical testing of the samples for this case. So we'll continue to work on the cleanup in close coordination with the county, the court, and other interested parties, such as the school district. Another example of how we're building strong enforcement culture here at DTSC, just earlier this month, on July 3rd, we issued a corrective action order on Sonic Plating Company and other affiliated responsible parties. This is a metal finishing facility in Gardena, California, in the Los Angeles area. It has had a long history of violations such as improper wastewater management and failure to meet permit requirements. Sonic and its affiliates are responsible parties who will now be required through our order to conduct site-wide investigation and take corrective actions to address contamination that may pose risks to the nearby residents and businesses, located just 180 feet south of the site. So switching gears to community engagement and environmental justice, I'm happy to announce that on June 30th, the Environmental Justice Advisory Council held their inaugural public meeting and elected their co-chairs, Miguel Alatorre and Karen Lincoln. Congratulations and thank you for your leadership. Thank you to all the EJAC members for giving their time, talent, treasures to this effort. We at DTSC are looking forward to the guidance, the advice, the recommendations that come out of this council. And we took intentional effort over the last year to ensure this EJAC was followed through on and was one of the deliverables from my director priorities last year. So again, thank you to the EJAC members and to Deputy Grant and her team, our Office of Environmental Equity. They were instrumental in getting this off the ground. Okay, next up is our Equitable Community Revitalization Grant highlight, where I joined Miss Margaret and the East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation and other partners that made this possible, a housing development with supportive services in West Oakland. And our ECRG funding was one small piece of this huge collaboration that made this development possible in West Oakland. We were able to award $829,000 of our ECRG grant dollars to help with the environmental cleanup that made this building possible, turning this formerly contaminated land into affordable housing in West Oakland. And now it's an exciting time for ECRG. We're starting to see the fruits of the labor that many of these grants were awarded, several years ago, and now we're going to start seeing more of these ribbon cutting ceremonies, more of these grand openings for affordable housing, clinics, other community-led projects that are putting these contaminated lands back into community beneficial uses. So huge congratulations to Miss Margaret, whose name is on this building and has been so instrumental just overall to the environmental justice movement. So very appropriate for her name to be on this building. Now, most county CUPAs, the Certified Unified Programs, are run by the local counties, but there's two in the state that are run by DTSC, at least as of the end of last fiscal year. We celebrated 20 years of DTSC serving as the CUPA for Trinity and Imperial counties. As of July 1st, we officially transitioned the Trinity CUPA to Trinity County, and we remain the CUPA for Imperial County, while we are in the process of transferring some of the programs one by one over to the county through a training and evaluation process to ensure that transition goes smoothly. So very grateful for these staff at Trinity and Imperial County who have dedicated their expertise to regulating the local businesses, doing outreach to make sure businesses are aware of new changes to hazardous waste law, and enforcing our hazardous waste laws. Our Safer Consumer Products program had two significant rulemaking packages since we last met. I want to highlight both of these. One, microplastics is being proposed as a candidate chemical. And as we all know, microplastics are a growing threat to our environment, to our health, and this action would allow DTSC to designate consumer products that contain or generate microplastics as priority products with chemicals of concern through future rulemakings. It also sends a message that we are expecting manufacturers to prevent and limit the use of microplastics in their products before having to introduce regulations. And that's a huge benefit of this program, is signaling to industry, we will be regulating microplastics. So get ready. The public comment period started on June 20th and will continue until August 4th, 2025. So I encourage members of the public to provide their comments during this time regarding this listing. Second, we noticed the Senate Bill 502 rulemaking. And what this would do is expedite aspects of our Safer Consumer Product regulatory framework. This would amend our framework regulations to help expedite the process by listing a priority product and relying on publicly available studies or evaluations in lieu of an alternatives analysis. So when that information is already readily available, we're saving that step and using readily available, well-vetted scientific research already out there. The regulatory amendments would also enable the public to petition Safer Consumer Products to move directly to a regulatory response. So allowing quicker action by SCP when it matters most, when there's harmful products that would warrant moving straight to that regulatory response. The public comment period for this started on June 6th and it will continue until July 21st.
Director Butler, as you can, there's a little bit of an echo in the room, so we're trying to work through it.
Okay.
Maybe if you take a step back, just
Yes.
maybe that'll help. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So first off, I would like to acknowledge everyone's engagement on Senate Bill 673. This has been a very long road for DTSC, particularly on track 2, which I'll get to. And I think we can all collectively acknowledge the challenges that we've had in implementation with track 2. For track 1, which is the violation scoring procedure, we shared with the public draft regulation text earlier this year. We received public comments that we have been reviewing, and we've been working to address some of the feedback that we received on the draft regulation text. I anticipate that we will be moving forward with the revisions to this regulatory package later this summer, if not fall. Unfortunately, I do not have a firm date on that, but we are still actively working on addressing the comments so that we can submit a revised rulemaking package that reflects the comments we received. An update on track 2. We have now released all 3 informational sheets. So that is news since we last met. The third of 3 informational sheets was released. So now publicly, there are informational sheets on the framework we're proposing for addressing community vulnerabilities through our permit decisions, which is the focus of track 2. I did commit last meeting to evaluate and potentially redirect internal resources to help us expedite this rulemaking process because it has been taking too long. And we have done exactly this. I'm extremely grateful to Deputy Director Bain and her team for working with me on this. We've made some crucial decisions to redirect some internal resources towards this regulation package. So we have a cross-program team with the expertise needed to deliver this to the finish line. And we have a plan to develop the rulemaking package and submit the package to the Office of Administrative Law by the end of this calendar year. This is ambitious and it will be challenging for our team. But we, Deputy Director Bain and I, who both have backgrounds in public health, we are strongly committed to this and are working to see it to completion. Okay. The next topic is the director's priorities. And I'm looking forward to sharing the priorities I've laid out for this next fiscal year. Before I do that, I want to make a quick note regarding last fiscal year priorities. We did accomplish a lot that we set out to do. Especially the first priority where I was striving to build a stronger culture of enforcement. We made great strides in doing that. And you will see this year how we continue to build on the same themes, advancing the priorities, moving them forward with more implementation and action. There were a few priorities that we did not fully complete, and we were also met with unexpected challenges over the course of the year. We responded to the LA fires, to the Moss Landing lithium battery fires. Ongoing emergency response continues to be a challenge for us in as far as staying ahead of the curve and wanting to focus on prevention. So we will continue to do both to the best of our ability, but these are unanticipated challenges that we do have to redirect focus to mid-year. The final update on the progress for the fiscal year 24-25 priorities will be provided to you all shortly, and I'd like to focus this on going forward next year's priorities. And we'll see some carryover of some things. So my approach to this year's priorities is, like I said, to build upon last year's, to continue the trajectory, to focus on areas that make DTSC as an organization that is driven by science and equity. And this year, we have 4 priorities: enforcement, community engagement, science technology, and a little bit unique, focusing on one specific chemical, PFAS. So under each priority in the meeting materials, you'll see more details, how there's specific goals and deliverables laid out. I'm not going to go into each of those for this presentation, but I'll provide a high-level recap of the direction we're headed. So for priority 1, institutionalizing consistent, timely, and equitable enforcement is building on last year's priority. The first goal is to establish an enforcement training program, because training is critical to our staff, to all of our work at DTSC. And to date, we have not had a structured or formalized training program for our hazardous waste management programs team. So our goal is to establish this new training program for all of our hazardous waste staff at each level, develop the training program for both new staff and refresher courses for existing staff. In turn, these training materials and programs that we develop also serve a statewide purpose when we attend the annual Coupa conference, and we're working with enforcement staff across the state at counties. And we have heard from them the request for more statewide trainings. The second goal is to implement the Site Mitigation and Restoration Program enforcement policy. We are so grateful to have Deputy Director Than Berg on board. When she assumed her role as the leader of site mitigation last year, she brought with her a wealth of enforcement experience from US EPA, which she has been implementing in her new capacity here at DTSC. DTSC seeks to complete the development of a policy for enforcement for site mitigation and to work towards implementing that policy in the site mitigation program team. As you saw from the news today, we had an order come out of the site mitigation team, so they're already well on their way to continuing to use enforcement as a tool. The third goal here is to evaluate and report compliance with safer consumer products regulations and consumer product safety legislation. SCP has been working on their development of a compliance program. Hopefully they do not need to turn and use enforcement, but this program will continue to use data and compliance testing to evaluate whether the consumer products that they're regulating are in compliance with the statute and regulations. And they're anticipating some more compliance reports coming out this fiscal year. Priority 2 centers around community engagement and adopting best practices for public participation department-wide. I mentioned last meeting updating the public participation manual. This is the manual at the core of the department's public participation work. It is very lengthy, has a lot of statute in the manual, and so we'll make sure when we embark on this effort, we have public-friendly, digestible versions of these best practices that we're implementing department-wide. And also I heard folks loud and clear last meeting that the public wants to be involved in the development of these materials. So we'll work that into the process. And then the second goal here is to roll out the public participation in environmental justice trainings that were developed. We made good progress developing those last fiscal year, so this year we'll be rolling them out, implementing them. Priority 3 reflects the fact that DTSC is a science-driven organization that uses the highest quality scientific information to guide our decision-making. We have PhDs of all calibers in our department, from chemists to geologists to environmental scientists to engineers. And to be at the cutting edge, our department needs to invest resources to further develop scientific capacities. And we have a tremendous asset in our department, the Environmental Chemistry Laboratory. So we'll be looking at ways to optimize the Environmental Chemistry Laboratory, the tools that they bring to our enforcement work, to our research, and compliance work for safer consumer products. And they're already developing novel methods, and I have a specific goal here for incorporating lead source attribution into our cleanups work. And that will be critical for our ability to hold accountable facilities that have emitted lead, and if there's facilities still emitting lead, to hold them accountable and do investigations and cleanups with state-of-the-art lead source attribution science. The fourth priority, and the last priority, is per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS. This is a growing issue. It has been growing for some time now. Many folks in communities, industry, government alike are all very concerned about this chemical in our environment because of how persistent it is, how it bioaccumulates, and poses a health threat for all of our communities. So 2 of our core programs have been working on PFAS, and these priorities reflect the work that they have prioritized and will be focusing more on this year. Goal 1 pertains to the PFAS action plan that site mitigation is currently developing, and this will center around a plan for addressing land that is contaminated with PFAS and looking at different mitigation measures. It will guide how DTSC approaches these cleanups. Almost all of our sites, if we test for PFAS, we're going to find it. So we need a clear, very strategic but health protective approach to addressing PFAS at our sites that we oversee. Goal 2 is really a continuation of the work that Safer Consumer Products has embarked upon already, addressing PFAS upstream at the manufacturing level. We have some staff in Safer Consumer Products who are the lead researchers on some scientific papers on PFAS. So they have extensive expertise in this area. And our SCP program has regulated PFAS in various consumer products and continues to do research in this area. Okay. So that wraps up the priorities. Shall I continue? Do you want to pause for questions?
Thanks so much, Director Butler. Are there any immediate questions that the board has? Yeah, Member Bhatia.
Thank you, Director Butler. I have a couple of questions about the updates prior to the priorities. My first question is about the Atlas Iron and Metal Company update you provided. Can you let us know whether or not the facility will be liable for any monitoring of the community or compensation for the community?
So I'm going back to, yeah, that's a good question. I have to get back to you on the monitoring. I know through our site mitigation activities, there's additional investigation happening this summer for soil vapor, and groundwater. So there's additional samples being collected to inform what actually has to be cleaned up. And I know that's one of our first steps. But was there specific monitoring you were interested in?
No, I'm curious about whether the community will be, whether the company will be held liable for doing some level of monitoring of the community, whether it's biomonitoring or other sort of soil sampling and so on, and whether or not that will result in any compensation for the community.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. So my next question, switching to Coopers, I understand that you're going to be training this Trinity County and transferring over the Cooper responsibilities. Is there ever a situation where DTSC takes back the Cooper responsibilities based on the performance evaluation of the Cooper programs?
I don't know, and yeah, if that's ever happened in the history of DTSC, it's likely it has. But I know for this instance, we'll only be transferring over the programs to the county if they can demonstrate successful implementation of it. Yeah.
Got it.
Perhaps Board Member Hacker has some more.
Not necessarily DTSC,
History.
its predecessor agency, which predates the Coupa concept. But in the Central Valley, drinking water agencies have a daily monitoring and reporting requirement. And there was an instance where audits of some of the Central Valley counties found that uploading of data on drinking water quality was not occurring whatsoever. And that Coupa function was taken back by the state. So under the Cal EPA tent.
All right, thank you for that. My last question was about the priority 3, which is the investment in environmental chemistry lab and so on. First of all, great to see this because the investment in science needs to continue, especially at this moment in time. It's a very broad question. Do you feel like you have the resourcing required to meet your ambition to strengthen and advance the science you require?
So we do have several efforts underway to request more resources where we do need them. There are some things we can do without additional resources. We can also get creative with partnerships as well. So we're looking at all options here to bolster our lab capacity. But we could always use more resources for our lab. It's one of those things that, yeah.
Thank you. The question was in the context of how we look at fees and various mechanisms to bolster funding where required. So thank you.
I had a couple of questions. First, going back to Exide, I think you had mentioned that the funds were expended in 158 with the cleanup, the property goals met, and that there was an additional 70 million. I was wondering, whether there's been some estimations of future funding needs in order to complete the cleanup or remediation at Exide, and whether you can give us any information on kind of the longer term funding needs for that site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, now that we've been implementing this cleanup for so long, our project management team does have it down to a science on how much it costs per parcel to clean up. So what I forgot to mention is that this cleanup achieved cleanup down to 200 milligram per kilogram, and the homes that we could get access to for cleaning up to 200 milligram per kilogram lead. And so, we have looked at estimates for the number of houses that would have lead above the screening level of 80. And so if you do the math, it's on the order of several $100 million still would be required to accomplish a cleanup down to 80 milligram per kilogram, just in that, the area that was initially decided upon by DTSC.
I also had a question about the Coupa transition. Just, wanting to check my understanding that, is it the state's goal or DTSC's goal to eventually transition Coupa responsibilities to the counties? And if so, is there a timeline anticipated for Imperial, or is that not a goal of DTSC? It's just kind of as it happens.
So it's not necessarily a goal of DTSC. The county requested ownership of the program, and so we're working closely with the county to transfer program by program, and we're doing one program at a time because they are quite complex, involved, takes a lot of training, teaching for that transfer to happen. So there's not a timeline that we've laid out, but we're on the second program of 6, I believe.
And then I think there was some questions about the public participation in EJ training curriculum. So just trying to understand, it sounds like there's actually a curriculum that's already been developed, and then that is what's going to be kind of rolled out in training form this next year. If there is a curriculum already developed, is that available for people to review?
I don't know if Deputy Grant's on the line and can answer that, if it's available yet. I know it's close to being available, and I'm extremely grateful to some of our community leaders who did cameos and videos in that training. And I know they also are anxious to see it once it's ready, and I think it is close to being ready if it's not already. Yeah.
And then my last question, with the lead source attribution, is this, I'm assuming this is a new technological advance, given that it's sometimes hard to tell where lead has come from in a community. So just wondering if DTSC has used this attribution technique already, or is it just kind of, what's the status? Is it being rolled out future, or is it ready to go, and has DTSC already used it?
Yeah, so we have not, but there are others who have in other
investigations and have used it successfully. There's not just one method either for source attribution. What I understand from our team is it's much more complex than that. There's, depending on the situation or the site, there's different source attribution methods that can be used. And so that's why DTSC last year, we contracted with USGS to look more in depth at the full gamut of methods that USGS has been researching, and they'll be publishing their report later this summer with the methods for source attribution. And it's sort of a toolbox then that we can go to for application to future LABRIC site investigations, for example. And that's really how we're going to leverage our LABRIC dollars, is through cost recovery, source attribution, holding the responsible parties accountable for the investigations and cleanups. Like dollar for dollar, LABRIC is not going to investigate and clean up all of the lead impacted areas across our state. So this is a way of leveraging science plus the LABRIC dollars for bigger and broader outcomes with that LABRIC funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Butler, for the report. And I have a couple of questions. One is related to SB 673. You made mention, and I think this is an opportunity to sometimes government entities, and even ourselves, we want to do everything right? And we work really hard to land implementation or to land regulation, whatever it might be. But yet there's bumps along the way, but we want to get there perfectly. And we try to answer everything before we unveil the product. And I think SB 673 is one of those things, right, where it's been a long journey in implementation. And I say that because you mentioned it a couple of times in your report related to SB 673 challenges. What are some of those challenges? And perhaps share a little bit of that, because I think everybody's eager to get it, to see it come to fruition, but it has been a long road. And I do think that you all are working on it, but it's been a long road. So perhaps if you can take us into under the rug and share some of that, if it's resources or if this is a rule that is just really hard to come to be. I'm just curious if you could speak a little bit more on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the original intent of 673, the community vulnerability and cumulative impact part of it, is to reduce pollution burdens for communities that have multiple sources of pollution, and not only multiple sources of pollution, but multiple sources of other burdens, socioeconomic burdens, lack of access to health care. And for DTSC to solve that problem alone is insurmountable. We have to do our part, and we have to collaborate with our fellow agencies. But I think always in the process of developing the draft regulations and reflecting back, is it accomplishing the original intent? That's where we struggle. And we do want to do it all. We do want to do everything we can to help communities lower their overall pollution burden. But in reality, DTSC has direct authority over roughly 80 permitted facilities across the state. And we don't have permitting authority over the other land uses, whether it's heavy industrial, light commercial, that are contributing to the multiple burdens that communities face. So we do have to do our job with our piece of the pie. And outside of that, we are going to do our darnest in collaborating with agencies, bringing them to the table, and we've been successful. And our agency partners have been extremely motivated to work with us on this, as we saw in the open house at Kettleman City. We're going to do that again in the city of Buttonwillow, where we're bringing all of government in this whole of government approach to provide information, access to resources, and answer whatever the burning question or problem is for communities. So while we've been working to implement 673, we've been doing things that we can within our existing authority to tackle that community vulnerability and cumulative impact problem. And then also, it's going to take time to see any positive outcomes that come out of that work, because health outcomes themselves have a long trajectory of whether they're increasing or decreasing, and there's so many contributing factors. So that's been difficult. There's also legal constraints in our authority on what we can do or can't do when it comes to local land use authority. And so I think the first iteration of 673 that was published several years ago was fraught with some very serious legal concerns of whether we had authority to do certain things or not. So we have revisited all of those questions along the way, and the framework we have put out now is defensible. We think it hits the mark on the intention, but we really want to know what everybody else has to say about it, and that's why we released these frameworks, so we could receive public comments before we submit the regulations. And we are aiming to do some, if it's a public workshop or roundtable discussions, so that we can dissect a bit those three frameworks and talk in more detail. But we know that the approach worked well for VSP, where we released the draft regulations before submitting the rulemaking package, and that's our intention here too. It's going to be tight on time, but that's our intention.
Appreciate that. Sometimes it's difficult implementation of regulation. Being a little bit extra transparent can perhaps get us there faster. So that's why I was asking that. In relation to Exide, and am I too close to the mic, or am I okay? Yeah. Okay, cool. So in relation to Exide, you mentioned that there's $70 million that are being allocated in this new budget. Is there like a expenditure planned for it, or is that still just being determined, and how is it going to be spent? Is it for houses, or can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
So that money that's appropriated has flexibility in being for residential or for facility cleanup. And closer to the end of this year would be a more productive time to have that conversation.
Okay.
Because we are anticipating the fall EPA NPL decision, which plays into our, sort of management of the entire cleanup project, and where our focus should be. And we're working closely with EPA on that. But until we have that NPL decision, I think it's a little premature to start, determining where exactly those 70 million will go. But I think that's an ongoing conversation that we should have later this year.
Okay. I look forward to that. And I know the working group is as well.
Because remember, we do have the Parkway work still underway to take us through the end of the year. So
Right.
the crews are out there working hard still and making more progress.
And that's great to hear that there is more money, actually. I have a couple more questions. In relation to your, to the new goals, the 4, that's exciting, and it feels like it's really like very thought out, which is good. I appreciate that. I think I share this with you. I would love to perhaps create a 5th one, and that's prevention. I really don't want to give up on that. And I think it's really, really important. And perhaps these can be shaped into the prevention side of things, but I just think prevention is really important. Enforcement is great, but at the ground level, at the community level, I think if we can prevent, it's much better. So I just really feel very strongly about that. And then I guess that was just more of a comment, and perhaps a request. And then priority 4, why did I circle that? I didn't write I just put a question mark. I don't know what that question was
Well,
about.
priority 4.2 is an opportunity for prevention
Mm-hmm.
to infuse our goal with PFAS. So it's so important that we prevent any further PFAS contamination. And that's where I know that's at least a really good opportunity to incorporate your
Right.
prevention request. And then I can look at that as well across the board on.
Yeah,
how
and I
else-
would say all of them can lead to that, right?
Mhm.
But that framing must be inserted,
Yeah.
which I think it's going to influence how the enforcement can technically lead to prevention, right?
Mhm.
But if that is the lens, then that is the lens. But if it's just to enforce, if it's just to stick, then we're not preventing,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah.
I think the framing really matters. So that's why I encourage you to look at every single one from that lens.
Thank you.
And so, yes, thank you so much.
If I may, this is Evelyn, Board Clerk. Deputy Grant, we do see that you're joining us on Zoom. If you'd like us to send a request to unmute and provide additional comment referring to Member Brostrom's previous question. And we can also invite you to share your video if you like so we can spot it. Oh, great. Thank you, CSUS, for already being on that.
Thank you, and apologies. When the question was first asked, I could not jump into the meeting. All the controls prevented me from doing that. Director and board members, thank you for this opportunity to talk about the EJ training we're doing. I'm very excited about it, and I'm very pleased with the hard work that the staff is doing in collaboration with community and environmental justice activists to make this happen. You may recall some of you were on the board at the time when I first started, and we were talking about how environmental justice is the foundation of the work that we're doing with DTSC. We're trying to make sure that we always have equity and environmental justice as the foundation of all of our work. And one of the ways to do that is to make sure that our staff, all 1,100 of them, have an opportunity to learn and enhance their skills and knowledge on environmental justice, even myself as a deputy director. And so the Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs team has taken the lead on developing a training. And they have developed this training to the question. They have developed this training with the core of the Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs team, which is a very competent group of people, with work groups from other DTSC programs that also focus on environmental justice, with input and interviews with environmental justice leads and community members, and with the support of California State University, Sacramento. So there's a lot of, there's a spectrum of knowledge being brought in from ground truthing, on the ground community checkpoints to academia. So we are in the process of developing 5 modules. The first module is almost complete, and we'll start with our training in September, and that's looking at just, again, foundational, the history of EJ, defining what it is, making sure people understand the principles. And then the other modules go forth with building community capacity, development and fostering environmental justice in our work, developing collaborative relationships, supporting accessibility for EJ communities, and then analytical EJ tools so that we can I remember a question being pointed to me about how will we know we're making a difference. So we are looking at environmental justice tools as to analyze and evaluate our impact. We are not designing this to be public. We are designing this to be for the DTSC staff. Again, the 1,100 or so people who work for DTSC. So that everyone has a foundation. People can come on board when they go through new orientation. They can also learn about EJ and understand why it's so important to our work. So that's my quick overview. I hope that answers your questions. If there are any more, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, do you have anything? Not right now. Okay. I have a few buckets of questions and comments. Maybe I'll get started on those before I know you have a couple more slides left in your presentation. The first is on Exide. I had the opportunity to tour the facility not too long ago and join a sampling tour. And I was actually there when the 5,940 cleanups were completed. So that felt like a very exciting moment. So congratulations on that. I had very much the same questions as the other board members, and I think a report back at the November board meeting on the NPL decision, in particular, kind of what is success? What is the endpoint on Exide? Of course, the NPL decision will be critical for and that might be out of DTSC's hands somewhat. If the federal government takes over, but it would be good to get a sense for both the money side of things as well as the kind of DTSC's future involvement at the November meeting. So I don't think that's a question. That's just more a request, I suppose. The second bucket is on SCP and microplastics. I think that's a really interesting, exciting candidate chemical that seems to be in the works. I guess I had a question both on the substance as well as the process of that. On the process, what is the absolute earliest that we could see a priority product being both listed and going through the regulatory process? Is that 2 years in the future? Is that 4 years in the future? Be good to get a sense of that. And then kind of a related question is on the substance, which is kind of what are the priorities on microplastics for DTSC? Of course, they are both added intentionally to products in the manufacturing as well as they're a product of products breaking down in the environment. Is the priority on the breaking down side, the environmental side, which would presumably impact a wider variety of products, or is it more on the intentionally added? And is it more a consideration of the human health impact? So are you looking more at like cosmetics, laundry detergents, those types of products, or is it more on the environmental side? It's a huge thing to bite off. So it'd be good to get a sense of your priorities as well. And of course, that goes to your comment earlier on kind of industry being on notice. But there's a question of, if it's so widely used, what does on notice mean there? I see Deputy Director Christensen coming up as well. So why don't I pause there? And then I had a kind of a third question as well.
Okay. How's the sound? Okay. So in terms of the timeline, in order to get from where we are right now, where we're doing a candidate chemical listing to a priority product listing, I think a safe estimate would be the earliest timeframe we're looking at is about 2 years. And that's because we need to first add microplastics to the candidate chemical listing, and then we would need to move forward with rulemaking on any priority product listing. In terms of your second question, which is a very big question, so forgive me if I'm answering this in part. The scope of what we're looking at in terms of microplastics, we're currently in the process of doing early screening research into this. So this involved our research team taking a great deal of looking at the body of research, analyzing it and distilling it down, and looking at things across the variety of the different factors that you mentioned, including human health outcomes, environmental health outcomes. And through this screening process, we're starting to distill down and identify the priority products that may have an opportunity to move forward into a priority product listing. But I have to say, we're very early in this process, and that will be a very public dialogue that occurs with a number of workshops and involves a number of opportunities for input.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. And then I guess my final bucket of comments/questions is on your priorities. Thank you for providing your FY 25-26 priorities. I guess just an announcement for those here. The board will be considering for approval those priorities at our next board meeting in August. And I guess 2 questions, I suppose, related to that. I have not yet had a chance to really dig into the details. We got them quite recently. The first is one thing that jumped out at me is we had yesterday our 4th hazardous waste management plan hearing. I didn't see the hazardous waste management plan in here. It kind of jumped out. I was wondering if whether there's capacity or willingness to add something on implementation of the hazardous waste management plan within your priorities. You don't have to fully answer that right now. It's just kind of something that jumped out at me. And then the second question is on your FY 24-25 priorities and recognizing you haven't yet submitted the final report. For those priorities that are not yet complete, do you anticipate continuing to report on those, even if they're not in your next year's priorities until they are complete? Yeah, that's the question.
Okay, good. Yeah. So first off, on the plan and the hazardous waste management plan, it felt premature to include priorities there when that is very much a public process right now where we're getting input, we're incorporating that input. It's very much, being developed, right? So I didn't want to get ahead of the board, the public in that process. But I think in the future, we did a refresh this last year at the January mark, which I would intend to do again, just to make sure that we're moving with the times and we're being adaptable, flexible to any other, maybe emergency response, whatever may come our way. And so if that could be something maybe we consider as well for a January refresh, if there's some things that come out of that planning process that we want to lift up. And I feel that they rise to the level of director priority. As far as reporting on things that are still ongoing from last year, I'm certainly open to doing that and probably but personally, I like checking things off my list, so I would find that satisfying to continue to report on things that were getting done that were out of last year. So happy to look at how we can do that.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Butler. I will turn it back over to you to continue. I know you have a couple slides left on, so I will back over to you.
Okay. So as requested, you all understandably want to see the pipeline of permits coming and going and the public comments. So I have a brief update. First, EcoBat final decision. We heard at the last board meeting many public comments on this topic, and originally we had intended to release a final decision this summer, July, and we received the most public comments that I've seen in my short time here at the department on a single permit. And so our team has been reviewing these comments very carefully, incorporating them into a final decision. And we do need more time to make this final decision. And I understand, an item on your agenda later to discuss that exactly. And so anytime that happens where we have a shift in timeline, we want to be fully transparent with the board and submit those changes to you. So for EcoBat, final decision, we're anticipating that in October. And we have a number of draft permits that will be public noticed this month, later this week. The Clean Harbors, Button Willow, Hazardous Waste Landfill draft permit will be public noticed July 17th, definitely by the end of the week, if not the 17th. And there's also Heritage Crystal Clean, another permitted facility in Kern County. This facility collects, stores, transfers used oil, used antifreeze, oily water, petroleum sludge, and the facility has a state-only permit. I think I mentioned this one last meeting as well. And so the current application is proposing 2 additional units for storing oily water and recycled oils. And then Agritech is another permit, draft permit decision we anticipate later this month for LA County. And Agritech also is a facility that treats, stores, and transfers used oil, antifreeze, solid waste, and universal waste aerosol cans. And the Clean Harbors decision will be a significant milestone for our department in many ways. This will be the last of the very old permits that DTSC makes a draft decision on. So really turning that corner on clearing the backlog of permits. Okay. Any questions on the permits? I know there's an item later to discuss in more detail. Okay.
Thank you so much, Director Butler. Yeah, the item is immediately after this one on the EcoBat permit timeline. Are there any other questions remaining from board members that they maybe thought of and forgot to ask, or anything else to add? Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Director Butler. Really appreciate it. Why don't we go ahead? Let's take oh yeah, I'm sorry. Totally forgot. Back over to Evelyn for public comment, and then we will consider whether we take a break.
Thank you so much, Chair Rickstra. We will now open the floor for public comment regarding agenda item number 4, the DTSC Leadership Report. I'll start now with our Zoom participants. Please raise your hand online if you would like to comment on the DTSC Leadership Report. I see one hand raised, and then for those in person, if you'd like to comment, please let me know once we're finished with Zoom participants. Okay, we have 2 hands raised on Zoom now. The first commenter, I see Daniel M. I will send you a request to unmute. If you would like to be identified for the record, please share your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Daniel. I'm a member of the public. I'm also a previous employee of the state of California, Cal Fire Department, and I've joined the private sector recently, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can about hazardous material training. And I've scoured the website, and I haven't found much in terms of training. And I'm curious if the plan going forward with the organization is to increase public availability of training. I did find a resource with the California Compliance School with Kern Community College that's partnered with the Department of Toxic Substance Control. But beyond that, I haven't found much else training. So I'm curious if the plan going forward is to increase public training versus private internal training.
Can I ask real quick, Daniel, is the question about what training specifically are you asking about? I think that would help give us an answer.
The trainings that were offered with the it was DOT hazardous waste manifest training and then generator training. That would probably be the most relatable training looking for.
Thank you so much. We'll have our ombuds follow up with you with what resources we can find for you and if there's any follow-up for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I'll now go into our next Zoom participant. Actually, they put their hand back down. Well, I'll come back to see if there's any other participants on Zoom. Anyone in person that would like to comment? I see 1, 2 folks. If you'd like to line up behind the podium. Great. Please state your name and affiliation. If you'd like to be identified for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Dawn Kepke on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. Pleased to be with you this morning. Couple of points just with regard to the director's priorities specific to enforcement training program. SEEP appreciates the consistent approach being a key goal across the department's board, or excuse me, the department's different departments and staff. One of the questions would just be, just generally whether stakeholders will have an opportunity to kind of better understand what that entails, what that training program looks like, just would be helpful for transparency, kind of along the lines of, I think, what the prior commenter was seeking. With regard to the priority in number 3 related to the environmental chemistry labs, it'd be helpful to better understand, have a little bit more clarity on how that is funded currently, especially with other agencies relying on the use of some of their activities and expertise. Just be helpful to understand that, and specific to the lab costs and possibly looking at new funding structures, what have you, and to the extent that there is an interest in expanding any funding beyond state, departmental, other agency funding for reimbursement of agency activities, SEEP would respectfully request the discussion, any recommendation development, and the strategy be opened up to stakeholders. Finally, on number 4, with regard to the discussion about PFAS, certainly would be helpful to know whether DTSC is collaborating, coordinating with other boards and departments under the Cali EPA umbrella. We understand entities like the Water Board also are doing a lot of work in the PFAS space with site investigations, what have you. So it'd be helpful to understand that. Also, with regard to the remediation of sites that may have contamination, just clarity on whether that would be focused on sites that are already in the site mitigation restoration process with staff, or whether the intent is to open it up much more broadly than that. Just clarity would be helpful. And then finally, on the development of a PFAS action plan, SEEP would recommend or would welcome additional insights into what that entails, what the timeline is. Will there be stakeholder engagement opportunities as part of the development in that process? And so with that, thank you.
Thank you so much for that comment. Next person, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. And please note, to avoid an echo in the room, can you just take one step back? These microphones are sensitive. Thank you.
Here? Is
Yeah,
that good?
yeah, I think that would be great.
Okay. Yesterday it was closed.
I know. Yeah.
Good morning, I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice, and I just wanted to offer a few comments and observations. First, I noted that Director Butler talked about emergency response and how much resources that takes and how it takes away from the regular work of DTSC, and I can appreciate that. And I just want to note here that Director Butler directly called out the Moss Landing fire, lithium-ion batteries on fire. This takes us back to 9.2 and thinking about how are we going to handle lithium-ion batteries and what's going to be the role of DTSC in calling out lithium-ion batteries in particular as something that have this inherent danger associated with them, and how do we prevent that from happening? Because to Board Member Gomez's point, prevention is always better than cleaning up afterwards. The next thing I would like to just briefly touch on is Director Butler's priorities for next year. And Member Bhatia raised a good point about the budget that's available for that. And I would request that as the board think about approving the director's priorities, that you think about what is the budget and add some transparency to that question, at least so that we can understand the trade-offs, because we know that there's not unlimited budget and there's not unlimited bandwidth. And so as we choose priorities, being thoughtful about what those are and being transparent about what that means doesn't get done, I think is going to be incredibly important going forward. We have a whole nother item to talk about, SB 673, and I've got thoughts. And then finally, I just want to note that on the public participation in environmental justice training, I'm unclear about the timing because it feels like we're getting differing positions about whether the training is done or not done or almost done or has been done. But wherever it is in its process, I would strongly, strongly encourage DTSC to share that before they start the training or before they do additional training. I understand Director grants comment that this is meant for internal training, but that does not mean that it should not be publicly available, and the public should not have an opportunity to see and understand what the training is that the staff is getting, because it directly impacts how the staff is going to interact with us. And so I will again request that we see the training. If they have an outline for the other modules, share the outline. If they're almost done with the first module, share where they are, instead of rolling it out and then setting up a potential for conflict that could have been avoided by sharing in advance. Everyone is eager to keep this moving forward, but being eager to move things forward at the expense of public engagement and participation is always a poor idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next commenter.
Hello,
Same
everyone.
thing, if you'd like to be identified, sorry, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes, and same thing, try to keep your distance from the microphone to avoid the
It's gonna be
echo.
hard for me.
They'll
My
still be
voice
able
is
to
all
hear you
gone
on
today.
Zoom. Thank you.
So my name is Miguel Alatorre Jr. I am the Executive Director of the Unidos Network, and I'm part of the Environmental Justice Advisory Council, but I'm coming as a resident of Kettleman right now. I want to start it off by thanking Director Butler. I really appreciate that she's come out to Kettleman, and she really is doing a better job in steering the organization towards a more positive version of public engagement. With that being said, I'm really concerned about the Buttonwillow permit decision that's being made. I think you guys need to take that back to the drawing board. I don't think we have sufficient biomonitoring in place, and I was really glad to hear that Director Butler mentioned that they wanted to increase the capacity of the science and the labs that they have. And I think that increasing the capacity or the ability to be able to do biological monitoring would be really important, so that we know as residents exactly how these different chemicals are interacting in our body and what DTSC can do to protect us. And I think I heard Chair Rexstraw say that we should add the hazardous waste management plan to DTSC priorities, and I would second that. I think it's very important that when decisions are made, we're using that plan that we, the people, decided to guide those processes. And I'm also very, very concerned about the PFAS part of it. And so I'm glad that's a priority. And I'm wondering, what facilities are under DTSC's jurisdiction that receive those, and where that's available for the public to see, because I think it's really disturbing to know that we might be home to some of that waste in the landfills that I do work in those communities. So that's my comments, and really hoping that you guys can delay or flat out deny that permit, as it's definitely not a facility that has a great track record. It has been considered a significant violator by DTSC itself, and so I don't think that we should give this permit out like candy, as they say. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Are there any other in-person commenters that would like to comment on the DTSC leadership report? Seeing none, I'll go back to our Zoom participants, since I do see 2 hands raised. I'll go to the first participant, Esme Levy. Please accept our request to unmute. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. My name is Esme Levy, and I'm with Earth Justice. I'd like to comment on the revised VSP regulations that Director Butler mentioned in her report this morning. Director Butler's report at the May BES meeting, she announced that the revisions would be released by the end of that month, but May came and went and no revisions were released. DTSC's website said that the revisions would be released in the spring, then spring came and went and no revisions were released. And now we're in mid-July, and today we learned that the revisions will be released perhaps later this summer or maybe even the fall. So as Director Butler acknowledged today, this process has been taking too long. And this is not an isolated incident. The constant pushback of deadlines and public comment periods makes public participation really challenging. And not only that, but DTSC acknowledges that the current VSP regulations are not the most accurate reflection of non-compliant facilities and are not the most accurate reflection of potential threats to public health and the environment. So the longer that this revision process takes, the less accurate of a picture the public has of non-compliant polluting facilities. So I urge the board to set an actual timeline for these regulations that holds DTSC accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next participant, Brian Unidos, please accept our request to unmute. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes. Brian, are you there? Please accept our request to unmute.
Yeah, the request is a little late, but I'm unmuted now. Hey.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Brian Cadena. I am a lifelong resident of Kettleman City. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Unidos Network. I want to first thank Director Katie Butler for going into my community, being present, actively engaging with the residents. This is what true leadership looks like. I'm here again pleading to all of you, please delay or deny the Clean Harbors permit. I am worried about my community receiving PFAS and would like to request information about what facilities under the DTSC jurisdiction have PFAS. Also, our community has the right to be involved in the DTSC's environmental justice training. We should be able to review and make comments on the process as well as guide DTSC on how to do it. Community-based science is crucial, and biomonitoring needs to be part of the plan before making any decisions on permits. Kettleman City has experienced high rates of birth defects in the past, and we were left with more questions than answers. This is something we need to proactively work to prevent before it happens in other communities. Unidos is actively seeking resources to lead this type of biomonitoring. We invite you to be part of this work and find community-centered solutions together.
Thank you so much for your comment. That was the last participant on Zoom to comment on DTSC leadership report. And I appreciate interpreters to confirm that there are also no comments pending in the Spanish line. So this is last call for the agenda item number 4, DTSC leadership report. I see that we have a request from Levon Stone who would like to comment. Levon, if you'd like to please raise your hand so that I can send you a request to unmute. Please accept our request to unmute, Levon, and you may comment on the DTSC leadership report. We'll try to fix any technical issues that you may have. If CSUS can please facilitate that, and maybe we can come back to her. Any other in-person comments? Last call. Otherwise, this closes public comment for agenda item number 4. Back to you, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Thank you, Director Butler and your senior leadership for your presentation. Thank you to the public for the constructive feedback and comments. As mentioned, we as the board will vote on the DTSC Director's priorities at our August board meeting, and we welcome public input on the information that was presented today, including on those priorities. So you can email us or provide public comment at the next board meeting, at which the board, again, will vote. Why don't we go ahead? Let's take a little bit of a break. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally missed you. Member Brostrom.
I was just wondering if maybe I could have some requests or comments based on the comments that we heard. Okay. One thing that has come up at a number of our meetings is this question about biomonitoring. And we do know that DTSC does head the biomonitoring program for the state of California. And I think they're, having more information on kind of the criteria DTSC uses when and for what biomonitoring can be useful. I think there's just not a lot of information on that program. And, given that I've heard a couple of requests for it to be used in communities, I am wondering if maybe there could be further information on how that program is used. That'd be one thing. And then the other thing is, this question about, timelines, I think there's a lot of value in having, in having these public hearings as a place that we can hear updates on progress toward different initiatives. And when we have heard a lot of, updates to timelines, and I just, I have also noticed this tendency that things tend to get pushed back. And just wanting to figure out, how the board, as, one of the main purposes is for accountability and public transparency, whether there are mechanisms for us, we can't require certain things, but, maybe there are mechanisms that we can better utilize as the board, in order to try to help the timeliness of decisions moving forward. So I just wanted to kind of raise that for the board to think about, like, what can we use, what can we do that is within our authority to maybe to help address that concern.
Thank you for raising this, Ingrid. One of the asks from last board meeting that we just discussed earlier today was a request for DTSC to provide a timeline view of SB 673. So at least we can measure the progress, not by way of time, but by way of tasks that need to be completed or jobs that need to get done. So I think there's the tension that I also experience is we want a good product, and science can sometimes take time, and it's hard to put a timeline on the science and push things through. So that would be my recommendation, is for things that we know that the community really cares about and we really care about, they're part of the director priorities, that we have some sort of a view from DTSC that breaks down the task into some projects or jobs to be done so that we can at least make sure the progress is happening. And then I think the second thing we could do a better job of is being more communicative on the timelines when they're changing. Because I feel like right now we're in this mode where the community is looking for the timelines, and then DTSC is reacting and saying, okay, like this timeline is going to get pushed, but perhaps there's a way where we could proactively say, we have a deadline coming up in September, we're not going to meet it. We are going to get an extension for 6 months or 8 months or whatnot. And that might be helpful in building trust.
I totally agree. I think that's a really good idea to think through how we as the board, I don't have the answer right now, can better institute that. I mean, clearly SB 158 included that for the continued permits. I mean, that's the next agenda item here, but I think there's value in thinking through what authorities and what ability that we have for some of the other issues and the other aspects of the regulatory process. I think that's really interesting. I guess one comment that I did want to also pick up on was a comment that was speaking to the budgetary impact of the director's priorities. I do think that would be useful to know going forward, is the assumption here that these director's priorities are using existing resources, will need new resources. I do think that that's a really important consideration as the board deliberates upon this at its next meeting. Well, why don't we go ahead? Let's take a brief break. Let's take an 8-minute break until 11:25, and then we will continue with our agenda. Until 10 minutes, until 11:28 then.
Great. Thank you, Chair
Evelyn,
Rakestraw.
over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. So as was mentioned, we will take a brief 10-minute break and we'll return at 11:28 a.m. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's 11:29 a.m. and we are back from our break. We have a quorum still with all board members present. Chair Rakestraw, back to you for agenda item number 5.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. So we'll now turn to item number 5, which is the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report. It's a mouthful. SB 158 requires DTSC to make certain permit decisions within 3 years of the legislation or no later than July 2024. For those permit decisions that were not made by that date, DTSC is required to issue a public report explaining why the permits were not issued by the statutory deadline and present to this board a proposed schedule for issuing the final facility permit. This board then votes whether to accept or modify the proposed permit decision schedule. The board received DTSC's Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report on October 22nd, 2024. At our January 30th, 2025 meeting, DTSC presented their schedule for issuing a final permit for EcoBat, at which time they anticipated a final permit decision date of July 31st, 2025. And the board voted to accept DTSC's schedule. The DTSC is now proposing to revise the schedule for EcoBat. And so today, DTSC's Permitting Division Chief, Wayne Lawrenson, will present an updated permit decision schedule. After his presentation, we will have board discussion and then open the floor for public comments before we vote, the board, on whether to accept this revised schedule. I want to emphasize that this item is not intended to be a discussion of the merits of EcoBat's pending renewal facility permit decision. This item is solely focused on the proposed schedule. And each facility has its own separate dedicated formal public comment periods to receive comments from the public. So I'll turn it over to Wayne for your presentation.
Good morning, Chair Rakestraw, members of the board. In line with the previous discussion before we went to break about updated timelines for EcoBat, as you know, SB 158, and as you eloquated, SB 158 requires DTSC to issue a report released to the public that includes the reasons why a permit decision wasn't issued within the 3-year period. DTSC issued that report for EcoBat last October, and then in DTSC's October report for EcoBat, we proposed July 31st of this year as the target final decision date. Since October of last year, we have held a 120-day public comment period, and then at the request of stakeholders, we extended that an additional approximately 30 days. We received 350 individual public comment tours, so individuals who provided public comments, and about 750 individual comments were submitted related to offsite soil contamination, health risks, compliance issues, cumulative impacts, and other concerns. DTSC then presented that October report at a hearing in January and chose not to revise the proposed date despite the extended public comment period. And the reason that we didn't propose to revise the date is because at that time we didn't have any information to tell us that we would be delayed in our decision. We thought that we could still make that date. So the board voted to approve the proposed decision date in January. And then since January, DTSC has reviewed all of the comments that were submitted to us. Some of the comments have focused us more tightly on the direction that we will set with the final decision, because that direction has cross-program touch points within the department, and we want to make sure that we take the time needed to consider all of those different perspectives, not only from the public in the comments that we got, but also from the expertise that we have within DTSC when we pair up the comments with the expertise. The statute is not specific to these types of changes where we have proposed a date, the board has voted to approve, and then we are requesting a delay. But in June, we provided the board and the public with an addendum to that initial report that we provided in March. And today we are offering that addendum for the board's consideration, proposing a revised completion date of October 31st instead of the original July 31st date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now have a board discussion and then open it up for public comment. Are there any comments from board members or questions?
Maybe just a clarifying question. So basically the extra time is to more completely respond to the comments that were received? Is that
not just respond, but also consider in the light of the expertise that we have within the department. We didn't anticipate that we needed that additional time, but the more that we got into the comments, we hit some comments that do cross different areas within DTSC and require more extensive coordination within the department.
Are we anticipating changes? Or is
Not
that
at
too
this
early to,
point, yeah.
to say?
I mean, there's always, there's always hiccups in the process. And we knew that in January when we proposed July 31st, but we couldn't see those hiccups at that time. So we don't see any future hiccups before October.
Thank you very much. Why don't we open it up for public comment that period at this time?
Thank you so much, Chair Rickstraw. We will now open the floor for public comment regarding agenda item number 5, the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Decision Status Report, specifically the updated schedule presented today for the EcoBab permit decision. As a reminder, we're only considering the updated schedule presented today, not considering the merits of the pending permit renewal. I'll turn to our in-person participants. Is there anyone in person that would like to comment on this agenda item? I have one person. Please go up to the podium. And if you'd like to state your name and affiliation again for the record, to be identified for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice, and shock, I'm here with a comment. At the highest level, the staff obviously should take the time that it needs to review this comment. Of course, some of the comments were technical. One might expect that, and one would expect, one would hope that the final decision-making process could move more quickly because of the time that was spent on the front end of preparing the draft permit. But here we are, and we are comfortable with that. But it does raise, again, a very interesting question that I raised when we were talking about this before. I'm still not clear about what the role is of this board in, quote, voting for whether or not to allow this extension, because we all noted that when Director Butler gave her report, she reported that the decision was going to be made in October. They reached out to us to let us know that there was going to be a delay, and I appreciated that. So this isn't really so much about the question of whether or not the board determines to grant this extension, but this is really a question about what is the purpose and the role of this conversation. If really what we're talking about is having visibility into moving timeframes, and that goes back to the conversation we were having a little bit earlier today about what do we do about the shifts in timeframes, because it does make things complicated, and people make plans for things to do, expecting that other people are going to do things in alignment with what they had reported, right? So my preference would be obviously that the staff make the decision to deny the permit because that is the appropriate thing to do in this circumstance. This far down second would be this extension, but most critically, I think, is having some opportunity, if not here, but on some other day, to engage on this question about what does it look like for permitting staff to come here to say that they'd like the board to vote on whether or not to grant an extension to the permit timeline. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Anyone else in person that would like to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll move to our Zoom participants. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to comment on agenda item number 5? I see one participant, Ivana Castellanos. Please accept our request to unmute. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. We want to echo a lot that Angela has just shared and that has been shared earlier in the meeting. I think it would be interesting to get a better understanding of how the board sees its role related to the permitting timeline and the impact of these mechanisms. Realistically, what are the potential impacts of the board not approving a modification to the schedule? How is that information, in the broader conversation around metrics and, the performance evaluation, like how does all of that kind of fit into the way that the board sees its role related to, overseeing DTSC's work. Second, I would like to echo some of the conversation that's taken place around the concerns about these frequent delays and ways to increase transparency around shifting timelines. I do think earlier communication about timelines would be helpful. And I think identifying better ways to share more information about the progression of activities to better measure where things are getting stuck or how far along the process actually is. Otherwise, these deadlines tend to get pushed back in ways that frankly don't feel meaningful to the public without more details and insight. So thank you. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. The next Zoom participant, Elena Vasquez, please accept our request to unmute. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Elena and I'm a teacher. I'm a resident who resides near Ecobat. I have the privilege of being here today, but I'm typically unable to attend due to work. I say all this because I'm frustrated. The lack of urgency breaks my heart. How many more meetings do we have to attend? How many more public comments do we have to give until our concerns and voices are actually heard? We don't get paid for the work we do. We're volunteers and we have so many other obligations. I don't need bureaucratic organizations to delay or tell me that the pollution and contamination I witnessed from Ecobat isn't too bad or too harmful. The truth is, many of my neighbors and we understand the implications and long-term adverse health effects of living near Ecobat, and we're exhausted. This work is emotionally draining because it feels like we're speaking to an endless void. Our concerns never seem a priority and are often delegitimized. So we need organizations like you and DTSC to actually do your jobs and hold these corporations like Ecobat accountable for the sake of our health, our loved ones, and the future generations of students who attend schools for a minimum of 180 days a year, not including summer school. There are many schools within a 2-mile radius of Ecobat. So please, let's stop the delay. Let's actually do diligence and let's serve the community that we're all supposedly interested in protecting. As a government agency, BES, DTSC, you have a lot of power. Please help us, hear us, and protect us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. The next Zoom participant, we have 2 more hands raised. The next one is Daniel Talamantes. Please accept our request to unmute. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Daniel Talamantes. I just want to echo the comments made by Elena, Ivana, and by Angela. And really just extend further that, if the process is already requiring this much of a, postponement, then that really kind of indicates to me that there really is something wrong and that the discussion probably should be pivoted towards what is going on with this permitting process. And to hear that there may not be any decisions included or revisions is, I think, kind of contradictory to the fact that we have to postpone it anyways. So obviously, I would prefer that it was denied in any way, but in this sense, I wish there's more transparency and discussion around really what is happening with this public comment period and what actual processes and research they need to do with these other compartments, like the section. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next person on Zoom, I just see the letter P. If you'd like to accept our request to unmute, and if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes. You're unmuted. Go ahead. Okay, we might have to come back to you. It seems we're having technical difficulties since we can't hear you. So I'll go on to the next person and let me know if you'd like to participate again. I'll come back to you. The next person we have is D.H. McKee. Please accept our request to unmute. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Duncan McKee, I'm a community member. I'm surprised that with all the things to consider that even October 31st would be a realistic date to be able to come up with a permit decision unless it was open and shut to deny it, which we're hoping for and believe it'd be the right thing to do. We appreciate that, we're informed of this. It'd be nice to know some of the things that are being considered that are requiring the extra time. So I'm not sure how to go about trying to get more information on that, but certainly appreciate the way the board and even at this point, DTSC is at least letting us know about these things because a lot of times uh, delays and things like this are just sprung on us out of nowhere, and we have no time to prepare. So truly appreciate all the hard work going on this, and hope that it does get denied. And if not, we'll go from there. So again, there's a lot to consider about this facility. I mean, some of it, but there certainly is more that you need to know. So thank you for the opportunity for the opportunity to provide my input. That's it.
Thank you so much for your comment. And I noticed the other participant, I do see P online again. If you'd like to comment on this item, please accept a request to unmute. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes. Okay, it seems like we're still having technical difficulties. I'd encourage you to please submit your comment to us in writing. We'll put our email address again in the chat. But this is the last call for agenda item number 5. If there's anyone that would like to comment, seeing none in person or no other hands on Zoom. Thank you, interpreters, for confirming there are no Spanish comments in the Spanish line at this time. That will close out public comment for agenda item number 5, the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the public and DTSC. I'll now open it back up for board discussion and consideration of a possible board vote. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, I don't know if you want to provide a comment.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Given the questioning of what is the board's role, I wanted to offer my personal view of how we have handled this matter since it came up before the board. Not this specific matter, but the general obligation of the board to look at DTSC's hazardous waste facility permit decision schedules. I believe that by having brought this before the board, as was required under SB 158, it shone a light on facilities that were overdue for a renewed permit decision. And we're mostly, as noted earlier, we're not speaking about new facilities. We're speaking about the universe of approximately 80 facilities. By bringing that schedule to the board and being able to vote on it, voting is more of the excuse me, the formality of it, but the mere vetting of what the schedule itself is for those several facilities where we began. Swati, how many were in the first report? 8, 7 or 8. I think has allowed the board to continue its larger purpose with DTSC of being transparent about this process that otherwise happens within the department, and with a small circle of public engagement of people most directly related to the facility, but not the broader look that we try to bring statewide. And so for me, even though the board's vote may seem like a formality, I think the process has helped us see what was the universe of these facilities that were overdue for a permit decision and how DTSC has worked hard to bring those to the public, bring those to the board, such that I envision in the coming year there would be no need for the board to be acting on updates to the schedule. I think our process of trying to make each of these updates where the schedule may have changed to be a simple appendix to the original report helps people see what was originally put in DTSC's submittal. And then as times or circumstances, as in the case today, have changed, it would be quite transparent and accessible through the materials on our website for people to see that information. This is entirely more of a process answer on my part and not a comment on how do we and DTSC do better at keeping to schedules for major deliverables. That is another discussion entirely. But I think that there is value in this report, and I think the report will become something that doesn't come back around again because DTSC will have caught up and sustained its permit decision-making in a timely way, as we see. The other facet of this is from the beginning, we asked at the time Director Williams and now Director Butler to use all of our board meetings as the place to give the public a forecast of what are the draft permit decisions coming up so that people who may be interested in that have a 2-3 month kind of window into what that would be. And you saw that again occur today with the projection of 3 facilities that are coming up on a draft permit decision. So I feel the board's role is more one of bringing that out into public discussion. And by so doing, I feel that there is a bit of a forcing mechanism there too. But other board members may have comments, like I can see Ingrid.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. And I mean, I think the one other thing I wanted to add is in addition to keeping us updated or on the timeframes and providing that transparency, it also requires some justification. So it's not only that the date is being moved, but it also provides an opportunity to ask DTSC to explain the purpose of the delay. So I do think, again, yes, I think it has some forcing mechanism there for DTSC, but it also avoids, delays that may not be well justified. So I do see value and also recognize that, oftentimes we're not in the position to question, these new deadlines, other than I think we actually did modify earlier a deadline that fell right in the holidays. So we actually did change the schedule. So it's not like we have, nothing to add to the discussion. I think we do have something to add, but by and large, we are not the technical experts like involved with the day-to-day permitting, but I still see value. And I think, in this regard, one of the best reasons for delay in my mind is the deliberation through a public process of comments that they receive. This is what we want to see. We want to see careful consideration to comments received from stakeholders and to see that deliberative process being taken seriously. So in my mind, kind of the justification we received today is exactly the right reasons to justify kind of pushing out the timeline.
I'll also make a comment on the broader question laid out by Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker and Member Brostrom. I completely agree on kind of this specific board's role. Just one additional element to add is that the process envisioned in SB 158 also allows for written comments from the facility itself as well into this. So it does also bring the facility into the process setting deadline and allows them to provide their input on DTSC's report as well. Are there other board members that would like to speak on this issue, or do we have a motion? Oh,
Just also taking us back to the March board meeting where the board members, based off of public comment, did adjust the date for the Kettleman facility. So that was changed. And so the board does have the ability to modify the date that is presented, and it has done so in the past based off of public comment.
Chair Rakestraw, I move that we adopt the revised schedule as contained in our packet.
I second.
I would actually like to modify that motion, I think the correct verb is accept as opposed to adopt. I think SB 158. I don't think we are adopting it as our own. We are accepting it, that it is the work of DTSC. So I would like to modify it with that as well.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to be clear that the motion is to accept the schedule as contained in our package and as seconded by Board Member Bhatia.
Thank you. Board members in support of the motion as amended, please vote by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes as amended by Chair Rakestraw, and the motion passes unanimously. Chair Rakestraw?
Thank you very much, Evelyn. We have one additional item on our agenda before we break for lunch, so we'll go ahead and move into that. That's item number 6. This is on the SB 673 Track 2 update info sheet number 3. So we're joined here today by DTSC's Permitting Division Branch Chief, Mujta Firuz, who will give a presentation on this item. After the presentation, we will have board discussion and followed by public comments. Over to you.
Thank you. I was trying to decide, do I say good morning or good afternoon? It's right on the cusp, so I'll just say hello. Hello, esteemed members of the board. I'm Mujda Feroz. I'm one of the branch chiefs in the permitting division of the Hazardous Waste Management Program. I'm very excited to be here to present the final SB 673 Track 2 info sheet to the board and members of the public today. Our team has worked really hard to develop these info sheets to share our regulatory framework, and I want to start by recognizing their persistence and commitment to seeing this through. Specifically, I would like to recognize the efforts of Dr. Lauren Steinbaum and Dr. Jesse Nagerbon, who were the brains behind the concepts of the framework and put it into these info sheets that are both illustrative and informative and explanatory. Today's presentation focuses on SB 673 and DTSC's proposed conceptual framework for integrating measures to consider and address setback distances in the permitting process for hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal facilities. Senate Bill 673 required DTSC to consider adopting new hazardous waste permit criteria in California regulations and to implement programmatic reforms. DTSC has responded to SB 673 in 2 tracks. Track 1 was completed in 2019 and included regulations for a violation scoring procedure, health risk assessment, facility training plans, and enhanced financial assurance. Track 2 generally pertains to issues of community vulnerability and facility setback distances and is the focus of today's presentation. For Track 2, DTSC has created a revised framework that addresses and incorporates the public comments we have received. The revised framework identifies 3 goals, which are summarized in the table before you, or in the slide before you. This framework and the feedback we receive on it will guide and inform us on the new regulatory package we plan to roll out in the coming year. Goal 1 is to provide earlier opportunity for public input. Goal 2 is to consider community vulnerability in permit decisions and conditions. And today's presentation focuses on Goal 3, to develop a science-based facility setback distance for community protection. Just to recap, we have been releasing our revised framework in the form of informational sheets to help inform the communities, stakeholders, and facilities of what we plan to include in the rollout of the Track 2 regulatory package. So it's just sharing conceptually what we plan to include in the language. We hope to receive ongoing feedback as we release each info sheet. DTSC released info sheet 1 on August 5th, 2024. Info sheet 2 was released on October 28th, 2024. And the last of the info sheets, info sheet 3, was released on June 4th, 2025. That's what I'll be presenting today, and we hope to have continued comments and feedback on all of the info sheets. So just because we just recently released info sheet 3 doesn't mean that the other ones are closed. So we hope to get feedback on all 3. This slide shows a summary of statistics and information for outreach and engagement activities related to info sheet 2. We followed that same practice for info sheet 3. You can see that we have conducted extensive outreach in hopes to get comments and feedback. And we continue to encourage stakeholders from both the public and industry to please submit your comments via email, survey, or the submittal of verbal or written comments at these BES meetings. Okay, so let's jump into the details of info sheet 3. The first page of info sheet is shown here, and the full document can be found on DTSC's SB 673 webpage. It was also emailed out in our June 4th e-blast. In the presentation today, I will break down info sheet 3 into its parts to help describe how we plan to incorporate setback distance into our permit decision process. In order to discuss the proposed framework for setback distance, we need to start with just a few definitions, so that'll be the next couple of slides. First, for the purposes of our presentation, setback distance is the distance between a sensitive receptor with the greatest exposure to facility-related hazards and a facility's nearest property line. You can kind of see that's illustrated here. So it's just the distance between the hazardous waste facility and the closest sensitive receptor. Second, a sensitive receptor is a person who is more susceptible to negative health effects from exposure to pollution. Examples of sensitive receptors include children, the elderly, and people with asthma. Sensitive receptor locations can include residences, schools, childcare centers, hospitals, elder care facilities, and prisons. DTSC will evaluate the setback criteria and setback distance by ensuring the minimum setback distance is health protective. DTSC will review a Human Health Risk Assessment, or HHRA, for each applicant to determine whether their setback distance is protective of nearby sensitive receptors. An HHRA is a quantitative analysis that estimates human health risks from chemical exposures for a person or population. This flowchart you see before you illustrates what DTSC is proposing. When a facility wishes to apply for a new permit or a permit renewal or wishes to substantially modify a permit, we propose that they will have to take extra steps. We propose that all applicants complete a screening level or baseline human health risk assessment to evaluate the setback distance for each particular facility and surrounding community. DTSC will review the HHRA to assess if additional risk management is required for setback distance, and that's that pink box that you see on the slide. If the answer is yes, that leads to the requirement to conduct more potential actions such as environmental monitoring, implementing risk reduction measures in their operations, or complete a refined risk assessment. DTSC may also deny a permit based on this review. This slide here, I know it's a little challenging to look at, but it's an important one, so I'm going to try to slow down and spend a little bit extra time here. DTSC proposes to incorporate the risk management framework shown here in this table. We plan to incorporate that into regulation to guide permit decisions and determine the need for health risk-based permit conditions. If the cancer risk is between 1 in a million and 1 in 10,000, as is shown in the middle row in this table, DTSC is proposing to require applicants to complete additional actions. It is important to note that this risk is specifically from operations from the facility submitting a permit application. It doesn't include health risk caused by other industrial operations in the surrounding community, but that was covered in info sheet 2. That was covered in the community vulnerability concepts that were shared there. This is specifically looking at each facility. If the cancer risk is greater than or equal to 1 times 10 to the negative 4 or 1 in 10,000, the applicant may be required to reduce the risk or their permit may be denied. Facilities that need to implement risk reduction measures may need to modify their their operations or propose new operations in order to meet the requirements. So they're going to have to make substantial changes to what they're doing if they want to continue. And if they don't, then it can lead to permit denial. DTSC's decision to not move forward with like a fixed number, an exact number that we're going to apply across the board for all of our facilities. We're not doing that. That was influenced by the following factors that you see listed here. First, public input on the 2021 proposed framework requested strengthened community projections and a practical science-based approach. That's what we were asked. A fit-for-purpose approach was proposed by EPA. We're considering the diversity of the regulated community. Not every facility is the same. Their operations can be quite different. Where they are located can be quite different. There's a uniqueness to communities and sensitive receptors in the area. And this allows us to be adaptable to new scientific knowledge and new sensitive receptor locations. The setback distance framework is comprised of 4 main elements: quantitative human health risk assessments, incorporation of cleanup activities and risk assessments, public risk communication, and mid-permit cycle setback distance review. And so I'll take the next few slides to dig deeper into these. First, DTSC is proposing that all permit applicants will be required to complete a quantitative human health risk assessment, or HHRA, and emergency event analysis. This strengthens the current requirements, as many facilities currently only complete a qualitative health risk assessment questionnaire. So this will be much more beefier, much more robust. Second, permit applicants currently undergoing cleanup activities will need to include the cleanup activities as part of their health risk assessment. Currently, as it stands, health risk assessments and impacts from cleanup activities are not incorporated into the assessment for the permit application. So this will require that they kind of look at the full package, the big picture. Third, DTSC is proposing applicants provide information about health risks in a format that is acceptable for the general public so that people living and working in nearby communities can better understand those risks that they face from being near a hazardous waste facility. This is to increase transparency so that people understand what they live close to or what they work close to. Permit applicants will need to provide a health risk summary that includes key information to share with the public, such as information about the facility, nearby sensitive receptors, and cancer and non-cancer risks from exposure to facility operations. Permit applicants will also need to provide a map that shows the excess risk from the facility to the surrounding community. So seen here is just an example of a simplistic HHRA map. You can see here in the center is the hazardous waste facility is notated. The green shaded areas represent the different zones of impact, which correlate with the setback distance health risk management table that I shared with you earlier, that gray and white table. You can see that the darkest green zone is where the lifetime cancer risk is greater than or equal to 1 in 10,000, and the lightest green zone is where the cancer risk is less than 1 in a million. The map also displays the distance to sensitive receptors, such as residences, schools, or daycare centers. So it really lays out what is close by and nearby and how far that is, not based on distance, but based on the impact. And fourth, the concept in Info Sheet 3 incorporates the requirement that operating facilities complete a mid-permit cycle review of the setback distance to ensure that it is still protective of nearby sensitive receptors. DTSC's typical permit renewal cycle is every 10 years, so this review would typically take place at the 5-year mark. We believe that this proposed framework has benefits to community members. It promotes health protective permits, ensuring that health risks to sensitive receptors are comprehensively evaluated and communicated to the public. It also creates new mechanisms that ensure HHRAs, those human health risk assessments, capture changes to the facility and the community over time. Also, facilities may have to modify their operations or propose different operations altogether based on their setback distance and health risk. And if they can't or they won't, that could lead to a denial of the permit. We also believe that this proposed framework has benefits for the permit applicant as well. It clarifies the nexus between facility impact and the permit decisions and permit conditions that we place on them. It's easier for them to understand why certain permit conditions are in the permit or why things are included in the permit based on the health risk that they shared with us. Also, the adoption of facility-specific assessments allows for the permit applicant to work with DTSC to determine how to achieve operating requirements that protect the community. So working with us to help find a way that makes sure that they're being protective and good neighbors. So I know that was dense. It was a lot of information. And since we are at the last and final info sheet here, where we're presenting our conceptual framework, I wanted to pause and just recap the goals of the revised framework. Info sheet 1 addressed goal 1, and that was to provide earlier opportunities for public input. We got some great feedback on that, and we're looking to incorporate some of that feedback that we received into the language that we're developing for the regulatory package. Info sheet 2 addressed goal 2, which is how to consider community vulnerability in permit decisions and conditions. And today's presentation, info sheet 3, addresses goal 3 to develop a science-based facility setback distance for community protection. The concepts in all 3 of the info sheets lay out a framework that works all together, hand in hand, to increase transparency and ensure communities are protected. So now that we've released the final info sheet, what comes next? Finally, it's time. We're done with this part. We're still taking public comment, but we're at a great point. We're going to take all the feedback that we receive on the info sheets to help us develop the draft regulatory language for the rulemaking package. There will be a public comment period during that process, and DTSC will accept comments and input on the draft regulations and the full rulemaking package at that point in time. And finally, after we complete the rulemaking process, DTSC will adopt the new regulations. So we're at a great pivotal point and moving to the next phase of this. So just to wrap it up, the most important thing for us is to continue to receive comments and feedback from board members and from communities and from industry on these info sheets and these concepts to help inform us as we work to develop the draft regulations. Please consider filling out our surveys or providing comments via email. There's an email listed here and a link to the survey. We appreciate everyone's support as we have released the information sheets and presented them at the board meetings, and we look forward to providing more updates during the rulemaking process and future board meetings. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So we'll now open it up for discussion or questions. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker.
Thank you, Mujda. Just a couple quick questions. When Director Butler had given her remarks earlier today, she noted that in track 2, the 3 information sheets are available, and it was her hope to get a package to Office of Administrative Law by the end of this calendar year, August, September, October, November, December. 5 months to go through writing a draft rule package for track 2 and going through public comment, revising it, and then the steps that follow to OAL. What would you say the board should reasonably expect as the next step that we would see publicly?
The next step publicly, I mean, we can try to share information about progress. We're working very, very hard to put together that draft regulatory language. And then when we submit it, there will be a public comment period where it'll be open to everyone to be able to see that language and provide comment. We hope that everyone will chime in, board members, community, and facilities as well. So that will be the next major open comment period, kind of like we've had for these info sheets.
Do you think that would be in September or October?
I don't think that will be in September or October because we're putting together that language. That takes quite some time. It takes a lot of internal review at our executive level and other with the Cal EPA. So that will take some time, and then we will then put together the package and send it off.
Would it be reasonable to project if there were a public comment period in November on the draft regs and that ran for a month? It doesn't seem realistic to turn that package around and get it to OAL by the end of this calendar year. I'm thinking back to when the board was formed up a few years ago and we had a reg package to do of our very own, and just kind of understanding the steps in state government to adopting regs. I'm not sure that December is realistic, and I don't want us to fall, Chair Rakestraw, into that cycle where we're optimistic because we want to get it done. And then when December comes and goes, then we all beat our chests over missing deadlines. So I think it's really important that we have a realistic schedule at the front end as much as possible. And that's what I would encourage.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I've, in my previous life, done health risk assessments. So I have a question with that context in mind.
Okay.
Health risk assessments typically in the air world are related to a source. So when a facility wants to introduce a new source, then the health risk assessment tries to figure out what is the pollution from that new source reaching the sensitive receptor, and what are the health risks, cancer risks and not cancer risks, stemming from that source to that individual. So my question for you is, in this world of cumulative impacts, are you looking at the inputs being the new pollution from that source that this facility is looking to add? If yes, then how are you considering what pollution burdens that individual sensitive receptor might already be exposed to? So what if they're already exceeding the cancer risk of 1 in a million, given the other pollution sources that are cited near that individual?
Okay, so I think just to make sure I understand your question, if a facility is going to be introducing additional operations or increased capacity, and there's going to be additional source of the risk, so that would be in the health risk assessment, and then it's the community vulnerability assessment where we would look at the bigger picture, where it wouldn't just look at just this facility, it would look at the community and all of the burdens that it bears. And that also leads to perhaps permit conditions or a permit denial. And so they kind of work together hand in hand. The health risk assessment is specific for the facility. That's info sheet 3. Info sheet 2 is that concept of community vulnerability and looking at what are all the burdens that it faces and taking that into account. So if there's a community with a lot of burdens, that would be taken into account. It wouldn't just look at, we're going to ignore everything else that's there. This facility wants to land here. We're just going to look at that.
Okay. So maybe this is too theoretical to engage in a conversation, but what I'm trying to get to is if that individual sensitive receptor is already exceeding the cancer risk, why bother doing the health risk assessment to identify the setback distance if we've already said that the cancer burden is greater than 1 in a million? So it seems in my mind it's a little bit inverted. That you would do the health risk, like if you once you've done the community risk assessment, does it even make sense to get to step 3?
Well, we make decisions on specifically permits that submit applications to us. We don't have the authorization to make decisions on other industry that's in the area, but those will be taken into account. So if there is a heavy burden, that comes into our assessments.
So is it fair to say that once you do step 2, you may not even get to step 3?
Yes, that's fair. But it's all going to come in as one package, but the denial may come from many different pathways. It could come from the community vulnerability assessment. It could come from the health risk assessment. It could come from them not being responsive to other things. So
thank you.
Yeah.
I have several questions. One is on the sensitive receptors and what they are. I know you provided some examples. Is there a full list somewhere that defines how we define sensitive receptors?
I'm not sure, does the info sheet have a full list or?
And if not, I would recommend that there should be.
We can get that information to you. I don't have it.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
think I need it. I think the public needs it. I think the facility that is submitting needs it. So the reason that I'm asking is because I think it is a very important aspect to have. So just as a thought. And then on the permit application denial, I think this is something that continues to be a question of what would it take? Is this process going to define, this is what it will take as we're asking you facilities to do these evaluations to be able to prove that you can be permitted here? Are we is there going to be a definition of denial? Because I just feel like what would it take? What and I know that yeah, so I'm just curious because I think right now it's there. There's a possibility of permit application denial, but what does that mean?
Yeah, it will be site specific, location specific, community specific, but this is setting criteria and putting requirements on the facilities to do these very thorough and detailed health risk assessments and report to us what is exactly their impact. And if their impact is greater than a certain threshold, as was noted in that table, they have to either make big changes to their operations to show that that impact has now minimized, or they have to shut down. It might be that they have 5 sets of units and there's this one unit, and that's the thing that creates these huge health impacts. The solution might be, well, you can run these other 4 units, but this 5th one we're shutting down for you. Or it might be the whole operation is just kind of too interconnected and we deny the full permit. So that's where I'm saying it's specific. You kind of have to look at what the scenario is. Is the solution a full shutdown? Is the solution to implement permit conditions? Is the solution to take away authorization for some of their units because those are the problem ones? That's where all of these assessments will come in.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, then the threshold is it's on the entity, on the facility to prove that they can meet the council risk reduction. So if they come above greater than 1 in a million in their analysis, then they have to go back and demonstrate that they can be below that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And
if
they don't, then they would be denied.
So the only time when they don't have any required actions is if it's less than 1 in a million. If it's anything more than that, there's 2 different categories that I shared in that table.
and there will be additional potential actions. And so, again, this is conceptual. This is the feedback that we want, and we hope that we get from community members and from industry to kind of let us know what their concerns about this concept are. But if they are above that, then they have to show, here's how we're going to be implementing reductions of that risk, or
To bring it to below the 1 in a
Yes.
million. Okay.
Mhm.
I think that has to be more specific. If it is 1 in a million, I mean, that's a whole conversation, but
Mhm.
let's say that it is, that we can all agree that then that's what they should be held accountable to,
Mhm.
right? So I hear you doing this, but in the documentation, it needs to be written down.
Yeah, and that will be in the regulatory language.
Okay.
So we have it in that table that we shared, that there are actions that they have to take if they're outside of that first category that you mentioned.
Uh-huh. And then,
It's slide number
Mhm.
10.
Yeah. And then on the human health risk, I had also the same reaction that Sushma was
Mhm.
asking. So, and I still have those questions still stand. But just to dive a little bit deeper, just in terms of the health risk assessment, is DTSC going to give a little bit more guidance as to when they should be done, or because that matters too, right?
Yes.
So if it's just up to the facility, the applicant,
Mhm.
then, I mean, they can select certain times that are not going to demonstrate the reality, right?
Mhm.
So is that going to be defined a little bit more?
You mean when they conduct so the
Mhm.
analysis will not be like a moment in time. It'll take a full look at their operations and look
Mhm.
at what the health risk is. But that's our goal, to try to define as much as possible that we can in the regulatory language without over prescribing and putting ourselves in a bind and the facilities in a bind. We want to write it in a way that's effective. But that's good feedback. That's the kind of feedback we want to hear. Like, hey, I'm hearing this, but here's where we need more specificity. That's very helpful.
Well, I
for
think
us.
to be more specific, I mean, the air moves
Mhm.
in very awkward ways, right? The
Mhm.
wind will determine how those assessments,
Yep.
what the data comes, right? In terms of if the residents are living over here and the wind is going that way, you're never going to get that reality,
Yep.
right? So I just think I really encourage CTC to really think about that,
Mhm.
because that's kind of like one of the biggest criticisms of those assessments, that they don't show the reality of what people are living with, right? And time of operation as well, and things
Mhm.
like that. And then the other one that I really I grapple with is, why put all the onerous on the facility, and why not have DTSC take a bit more control in terms of your the distance that operating facilities, your comment about operating facilities will be required to complete a mid-permit cycle review. Why on the facility, and why not at that time DTSC can insert
Well, it will
itself
be on the
in?
facility to report to us, but we will do our own review and assessment. We're not going to just accept the report and say, okay, thank you for sharing. We do a very detailed analysis ourselves.
Mhm.
But it is important for the facilities to take responsibility and ownership, and be good neighbors and make sure that they're doing the right thing. It's always best practice to make sure that the facility is doing the right thing. And then in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to chime in at all. Of course, it's not a perfect world, and that's where we chime in and say, no, that's not good enough. We need you to change this, redo this, add whatever.
And where does the community come in play?
So that's where the community will come and play, because they're going to have this the key risk summary, and it's going to show that map. And that was just an example of the map, but it'll showcase that map. It'll showcase like a report of their operations, and all of this will be included in the permit application at the very beginning. So our goal in this new framework is to try to do things very upfront and not at the end. We've heard comments from folks that it's at the tail end. Now you're asking for feedback. We want to change that. We want to have this information readily available early on and get that feedback early on.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I just had a couple of questions and comments. First, I think it was already mentioned a little bit, but I think one of the impetuses for SB 673 was to provide greater clarity, and standardization on permitting decisions, including permit denial. So, there isn't a lot in existing statute before SB 673 on when is it appropriate to deny a permit. And so I guess I don't know that this framework solves that. I think, there's still like a lot of variability and on when a permit might be denied, and I don't think it gives clarity on stakeholders. Like when is too much too much? And I understand, like, yeah, each facility is different and there's just different circumstances, but this really leaves a lot of discretion. So just asking for more clarity on, when might DTSC consider a permit denial versus, additional operational conditions or, mitigation. So the more clarity we have and the more consistency that it's going to be evenly applied across the board, I think that's personally what I'm looking for. I am also, I heard you say that there's an interaction between the second and the third
Info sheets.
And that the third one is really looking at the facility in isolation. And then the second one is kind of looking at like the surroundings and the circumstances of a community. And I guess, when we do the health risk assessment, like how does the community vulnerability, because you have these sensitive receptors, they're not coming in equally, depending on what's happening around, additional pollution burdens are going to hit that sensitive receptor differently depending on what else is happening. And so I guess I'm a little confused on how that intersection is going to happen, particularly if we're really trying to figure out, the impact to the receptor. And really what we're looking at is, if you're in a very sensitive location, then the addition of even minor pollution sources can have an outsized impact, right? That's one of the premises here. And so, yeah, so I'm very curious on kind of that intersection between the two.
I think part of it is because we split them up into the different info sheets, and they kind of look like they're standalone activities. It's really not. This is all of it part of the permit application process, and they all come together. So when DTSC makes a decision, they won't look at just the human health risk assessment, or they won't look at just the community vulnerability assessment. It's going to look at everything all together, like we do right now. We look at the technical information that they've provided, their environmental monitoring data that they've provided. We look at their compliance history all together to make a determination of whether they need additional permit conditions or if it leads to a denial. So this is just making sure that we get all the information and enough information about these different categories in order for us to make decisions that are protective of the community. So it won't be one person that looks at one document and another person that looks at another document, and the two don't meet.
Okay. And then like the others, made a note that, what is the role of DTSC in providing this oversight on the health risk assessments? Just kind of clarity on what exactly it is that you're reviewing for. And also, is this information going to be part of like the application that other stakeholders are commenting on? Or is this just something that DTSC sees in a vacuum?
Right. No, our goal right now, but we haven't put it right into language. So this is helpful dialogue is for this to be included in the application so that it's made available to everyone. But this is helpful. These comments are very helpful for us because there's things that you guys will think about, things for us to watch out for, and things to make note of that are very, very helpful. So that's why we hope to receive your comments from the board and then comments from the public and industry as well.
And then I guess one of the big risks particularly around setbacks, is accidental releases and spills.
Mhm.
And I'm guessing that's not accounted for in modeling. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an expert on health risk assessments, but that would be a concern is, worst case scenarios. How is that accounted for in modeling? And then, is the transportation to and from the facility, is that included in the modeling? Because sometimes, that's where a lot of the emissions are happening, or, air quality impacts. I think I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
I'll ask a few questions myself. Several of the questions that I had were actually already asked by some of the board members, so I'll be quick. I'm also cognizant lunch is approaching. So the first question is, in your slides, it speaks to mid-permit reviews. Is that only for those facilities that have kind of their permit included the health risk assessment? Or is that like all facilities? So just because I'm like looking at the info sheet and it says that this info sheet number 3 applies for, class 3 modifications, renewals, and new facilities. How does that 5-year review fit within that?
So any facility that wishes to get a new permit, which we don't usually get a lot of those, most of those are renewals, and they're requesting a 10-year renewal. For that, if we do give them a renewal at the 5-year mark, then they would have to submit this report saying, okay, we've checked, there are no new sensitive receptors, things like that. The reason that we said class 3, because a class 3 permit mod is substantial in nature. It's if they want to increase capacity or make changes to their operations. We do have permit mods where all they're doing is just changing the name of their emergency coordinator, and we don't want to say, okay, it's a permit mod, give us a new health risk assessment. So that's why we've laid it out for those 3 categories.
Thanks. My second question is on for the health risk assessments. How much do they typically cost, and how long do they typically take to produce? Is this an issue that could potentially delay some permits if they're not done sufficiently well in advance? I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about those 2 issues, the cost and how long they typically take to prepare.
Yeah, those are concerns that we're discussing internally, and the best thing that we can do is provide a lot of information upfront, which is what we try to do with all of our continuous improvement activities in permitting, is to try to provide good guidance upfront so that the facilities know what our expectation is. So alongside with this new regulatory language, we will have companion guidance documents, both internal and external to permitting, to help bring down that time, potentially bring down that cost, so that they don't have to do it over and over again. But we don't have that assessment yet, but it's something that we are looking into.
Thanks so much. And my last question is on the health risk assessment. Is that something like what would a DTSC evaluation of that look like? So you get one from the facility. What are the types of, just kind of hypothetically, like what are the types of questions that you would imagine asking? The things that you would imagine like that would be red flags, just like what would that look like?
Yeah, we would look at to make sure that they've done it in an appropriate way. We have expertise within DTSC and outside that we utilize. So we have a whole group of toxicologists that we use. They have subject matter expertise way beyond anything that I have. And so we always make sure that they do a thorough review of it. Sometimes in the past, when we've had human health risk assessments, we've reached out to other sister agencies or sister departments like the Air Board. We've had them help us review those and make sure that it's in line with what they see as fit. So we really try to get all of the people in the room to assess this. It's a very important assessment. And so it's not just kind of glossed over. We put a lot of resources to it.
All right. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, that the intent is to also codify the best practices of how a health risk assessment needs to be done. Is that the case? So for example, SB 2588, which is the hotspots law in South Coast, lays out very clearly how a health risk assessment needs to be done. It also lays out, I think, specific weather station data that you could use to model the airflow of the pollutants towards a sensitive receptor. So my first ask is, will you be codifying what is an acceptable health risk assessment?
Yeah, we don't have that now. We're working on the draft language now. So this is just conceptually, here's what we've come up with. Those are all the very deep details that we're working through.
Great. Okay.
But
So
if you have feedback and sounds like you have the expertise on it, it would be really helpful for you to give us your comments.
Okay, will do. So then my second question, I'm going to modify that to a comment, which is when you do codify it, I hope you will assume multiple exposure pathways too. I think it's been covered before, but it's not just air, water, wastewater, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Are there any other board comments before we open it up for public comment? Thank you so much, Mujda. Let's turn it over to Evelyn to lead us through public comment. Evelyn.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We will now open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 6, SB 673 Track 2 update on info sheet number 3. I'll start with our Zoom participants for this agenda item. Participants on Zoom, if you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand and I will send a request to unmute. I see one hand raised, Ivana Castellanos. Please accept our request to unmute, and if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. Thanks for this presentation on information sheet 3. While I can appreciate the work that it took to put these 3 information sheets together, these are dense topics, and I think the effort to simplify it enough for this format leaves out a lot of context and information that feels really important to understanding how this proposed process would actually operate in practice. And I think it is a bit difficult to understand how the content from these 3 sheets intersect not only with each other, but with other aspects of the existing permitting process. I personally have found it a bit difficult to digest and engage with these information sheets, and I suspect that I'm not alone in that. So I would like to request that there be an additional opportunity for informal public engagement, perhaps through a workshop after the draft regulations are shared publicly, but before entering into the formal rulemaking process. However, one broad comment I do feel prepared to share today on information sheet 3 that I think also applies to the other information sheets is that I really would like to see stronger guidelines and triggers for permit denial. I was disheartened to see that even the highest level of cancer risk in this sheet does not necessarily trigger denial, but could still be subject to risk reduction measures. I feel strongly that we have to draw some bright lines somewhere and say that enough is enough. And I don't think that it's sufficient for the agency to simply have the authority to choose to deny a permit. We need some clearly defined guidelines that would specifically indicate that that a denial should be triggered. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. The next person on Zoom, I see Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez. I'll send a request to unmute, and if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and your affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez. I'm with the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. I came in a little late for this conversation, and just a question about when the draft regulations will be coming out. That's just a question, but then also a concern about the health risk assessment. And I agree that we need really good guidelines for how to do a really good health assessment that is that truly represents the risk that communities face when they're living next to these egregious polluters. We just went through health risk assessment discussions and saw what a health risk assessment looks like last year as part of the EcoBat permit renewal process. And we were struck. We did a lot of deep diving into the guts of this, sorry for the mixed metaphors, of the guts of this health risk assessment. And, we just were really astonished at how limited it was. We talked to DTSC staff actually on a couple of occasions about this, and we're really just dismayed, let's say, about how incomplete the assessment was, and full of holes, all kinds of problems that we saw that clearly, really, it didn't represent the risks that we face on a daily basis from this facility, especially a facility that is lawless and continues to blow past the regulations in place. So I think before we make any decisions about community vulnerability and cumulative impacts and what we're actually going to do about these facilities that are so polluting and dirty, we need to be really clear about the risk. And that means going and using the latest available understanding of risk. And there's good new science out there now by environmental scientists who are focused on environmental justice, who understand the ways in which health risk assessments are biased against communities and biased in favor of polluters. So I want to strongly urge DTSC to look at some of that new work that's out there that's being published and use that to come up with really strict protective, health protective, environmental protective criteria for health risk assessments, because all of this work that we're doing now depends on those being done really well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Check for other participants on Zoom. No, I don't see any other hands. Anyone in person that would like to comment on this agenda item? The one hand. Oh, two. Thank you. Please approach the podium. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and your affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Good. This is Miguel Alatorre with the Unidos Network, Executive Director. I didn't hear, and I do apologize because I did step out of the room for a bit, but I didn't hear anything regarding the cumulative health criteria that's in 673, and it wasn't really discussed from my point of view, and so I'm really curious what we're going to do to fix that. That's my comment.
Thank you so much for your comment. I'll go to the next person in the room. Please approach the podium, and if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and your affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazares with Earth Justice. And I just always want to start my comments with 3 minutes isn't enough time to have a real conversation about these things. But I do want to note a couple of things. First, information fact sheets are not helpful for this conversation. So I just want to take us back in time to 2015 and then to the letter that we submitted on the 6-year anniversary of the governor's signature of SB 673 in October of 2021. Then I want to talk about how since August 2024 and now we've been getting info sheets, and really just give us the draft. Just give us the draft regulation, because all of these things have to be seen in context. It is impossible to look at this fact sheet and make any meaningful commentary or comment about what's being proposed, because the context is important. And so I noted with great interest that there were no timelines that were included on the staff's PowerPoint presentation. I noted that we got very squishy information between what the director told us this morning and what we heard today about what is the timing. I am deeply concerned that this agency continues to issue permit renewals, and we don't have this in place, and they tell us that we can't take into account cumulative impacts because we don't have the regulation in place. It's really deeply problematic, and I know I have stood here and railed about this many times before, and you are thinking, I've heard this from you before, and it is true, and I am saying it again because it's still important. I want to make one quick comment about the fact sheet that they did give us, though. I want to note that as we're having this conversation about 1 in a million and what's going to happen and the like, as colleagues have already pointed out, the question about what's going to happen and when and what triggers a consequence, which is taking a step to actually really remove the remove the harm from the community is not clearly laid out in here. And what they tell us is they're going to do a health risk assessment, which has very narrow parameters for when it actually provides something that's useful, particularly in the context of an existing facility. And then they tell us in their fact sheet that once you get over 10 and 1,000, then one of the things that could possibly happen is maybe there'll be a permit denial. I just want to note that 1 in 10,000 is the same thing as 100 in a million, yes? So according to this, at 100 in a million is when they start to think about whether or not maybe they would consider a permit
10
denial.
seconds.
That's not acceptable. 100 in a million cancer risk, just looking at the single individual facility. And maybe that's going to be the time that we're going to do a thing.
That's time. Thank you.
This project is on the wrong course. It's too slow, it's too cautious, and it
Thank you for your
avoids the real
comment.
questions that are facing us.
Thank you so much for your comment. This is last call for agenda item number 6, SB 673, track 2. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this agenda item? Saying none, interpreters, thank you for sharing that there are no pending Spanish comments on the Spanish line. That closes public comment period for this agenda item. Back to you, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and thanks to the public comments. I do wonder, Mujta, if we could get a quick response from you. There was at least one question on the timeline, and I think the board members had made comments about that. If you could just kind of give an update on that. I think Katie had maybe said December for when the regulations would be submitted to OAL. So maybe if you could just kind of confirm on that, and then maybe also briefly address, I think Miguel had a question on the issue of cumulative impacts as well. If you're able to just briefly address those two issues. Thank you.
Sure. The timeline, as Director Butler shared, was we're hoping to get it to AOL, OLA. I always forget the OLA, OAL to by the end of this year. That's our goal. We don't have like an exact date because these things, it's very challenging to have an exact date. Reviews take time. There's back and forth with the reviews, but that's the goal that we've set for ourselves. And then as far as the community vulnerabilities, that was what I shared was the topic of info sheet 2. So it wasn't the topic of today, and that's why we didn't go into detail, but we have included that. And I encourage everyone to not just focus on info sheet 3, but all of the info sheets, look at them together. They all kind of go hand in hand as one major concept.
I do, sorry, too close. I think just like Angela, having 3 documents that are not, that even though you continue to say, I encourage you all to look at them collectively, I think that's, you need to paint that picture. And right now it's not. It's 3 different documents that somehow magically we're supposed to enter into DTSC's world to put it together. So how do you resolve that and then ask the public comment?
You mean, how do we resolve that there's 3 different documents?
3 different documents that play off of each other and not knowing how they're going to play off of each other, which right now that's the unknown. How does the public and how do we engage? Like
Well,
even within today's discourse, a lot of it is connected to sheet 2, but we don't know. I mean, just a little bit confused.
Right. It's
on
not
how.
that it's necessarily connected, but they all come together. And so we've included
Okay.
that in the info sheets a little bit where we reference the future info sheet and what the previous info sheet covered. So we do try to include that in the info sheets. But I'm hearing you that it's challenging. There was that email that I provided on the very last slide. If you guys have questions or, that's for the public as well. If there's questions or things don't make sense, we're very open to having these conversations.
Okay. Just gonna stress, I'm also concerned in the trajectory that this is going because I'm still very, It's a lot of issues, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mujta. So we will take a 60-minute lunch break right now, but don't go away because we have exciting things coming up. So we're a little bit behind schedule, about 15 minutes behind. So we'll kind of push everything back just a little bit. Immediately after lunch, we'll have an update on the work of the EJAC, followed by a presentation on the fiscal year 25-26 fee rates, and then we'll have public forum. Those are kind of the three more substantive items that are on this afternoon's agenda. So why don't we come back in 1 hour after a lunch break?
Thank you all. We will take our break now and we'll return at around 1:55. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. It is now 1:57 and we maintain a quorum by having all members present. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded, and with your participation in this meeting is acknowledgement that you're being recorded. Chair Rakestraw?
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. We're excited today to be joined by DTSC's Environmental Justice Advisory Council, or EJAC. I'd like to invite EJAC co-chairs, Miguel Alatorre and Karen Lincoln, to introduce themselves and provide us with an update on the EJAC's work to date. Miguel and Karen, over to you.
Hey, Karen, nice to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start this off with our update. So again, my name is Miguel Alatorre Jr. I am part of the Environmental Justice Advisory Council. And to summarize what we've done so far, so we haven't gotten too far into exactly deciding what our work plan is, but so far what we've done is we've selected the two co-chairs within the EJAC, so that is myself and Miss Karen. And then we've also gone on to select two committees that we're going to use to get our work done. And one is going to be the governance committee, where we're going to set how we interact, the rules and regulations that we abide by. And then we're also going to be working on our work plan. And so in the work plan, we're going to be working with the rest of the EJAC members to come to an understanding as to what all the different priorities are that our communities need, and get a work plan developed that gets those priorities met. And then last but not least, we're also going to be meeting twice a month. And so the next meeting will be on the 23rd of this month. And we've also selected that the way that we would like to be doing business is through the general consensus model. And this was really pushed by the entire board, and everyone really would like to stick to this model as the way that we do work within the EJAC. So that's a general summary of the last meeting, and I'd be happy to take questions on that part of it, and then give some space for Ms. Karen to do her update. So any questions?
Maybe, I mean, I'll have questions, but maybe we'll hear from the.
Yeah, I have questions, but maybe also as Ingrid, maybe Karen can do her, and then we can come back to.
The floor is yours, Karen.
Sure, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. So good afternoon, Chair Rakestraw, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, members of the board, Director Butler, and DTSC staff. So we appreciate the opportunity to provide this update on behalf of the EJAC. So this report is going to be a summary of our subcommittees, as Miguel mentioned, their proposed membership and duties, as well as a preview of our July 23rd meeting agenda. So to ensure EJAC functions effectively and fulfills its advisory role, we formed two standing subcommittees. And as Miguel mentioned, the governance subcommittee is one that we voted on, and the work plan and metrics subcommittee. The first committee, the governance subcommittee, the purpose of this committee is to provide structural support to EJAC through document development, agenda planning, and coordination of official communications and follow-up. The key responsibilities include finalizing and updating governance documents, assisting in strategic agenda development, preparing EJAC reports, findings, and recommendations, tracking DTSC responses to EJAC recommendations, and delegating members to attend and report at this meeting, the BES meeting. The members of the governance subcommittee are co-chairs, myself and Miguel. We've also received 2 self-nominations, one from Kevin Hamilton and one from Magali Sanchez Hall. The proposed structure of this subcommittee includes both co-chairs and 1 EJAC member. So we will confirm both the structure and the membership of this subcommittee at our July 23rd meeting. The second subcommittee is our Work Plan and Metrics Subcommittee. The purpose of this committee is to lead development and tracking of EJAC's annual work plan and support long-term planning and evaluation. Key responsibilities include collaborating with DTSC and BES leadership on the annual work plan, monitoring progress, including creation of evaluation metrics, and supporting strategic planning and goal development. The members of the members of this work plan and metrics subcommittee are both the co-chairs, myself and Miguel. And we've also received 2 self-nominations, one from Nam Nguyen and one from Levon Stone. The proposed structure of this subcommittee is 1 co-chair and 2 EJAC members. So we will also confirm the structure and the nominations for this subcommittee at our meeting on July 23rd. So during our last meeting on June 30th, the EJAC did vote to convene twice in July. However, the co-chairs were informed that only the July 23rd meeting could be scheduled due to time constraints. So we will convene on July 23rd to discuss several foundational items critical to our operations and effectiveness. That includes continued refining of the EJAC governance structure, including our subcommittee structure, roles and responsibilities, prioritizing community engagement efforts, including how to most effectively reach impacted communities and stakeholders, and initiate a discussion on the community engagement budget with an emphasis on equitable distribution of resources and outreach planning. So this meeting will set the stage for the deeper discussions that will follow at subsequent meetings. So in closing, the EJAC is organizing itself to assume its highly significant role of representing communities most impacted by environmental hazards and environmental injustice throughout California. We're confident that our efforts reflect EJAC's ongoing commitment to transparency, community voice, and accountability in our advisory work with DTSC and the board. We welcome your feedback and continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel and Karen. I'll now open the floor for board discussion. Why don't we go ahead and start with the Environmental Justice and Outreach Subcommittee members. Gomez and Brostrom, to either of you, which one of you wants to start? For Brostrom?
Right. Yeah, thank you for being here today. Really appreciate kind of the overview of the structure and some of the decisions that have been made already at the EJAC. I just had a couple of questions, and I think something that, you know, I've been trying to give some thought to is, you know, the EJAC is meant to intersect and interact with both DTSC and the board. You know, that's kind of called out in statute. And so it's to provide guidance to both bodies. And so, I mean, I guess I would ask you all for any thoughts that you have on how you would like that interaction to proceed. I mean, I think Georgette and I have some ideas. I know you've mainly interacted with DTSC staff so far, but I would really appreciate some thoughts. And you don't have to answer today. I know this is, you know, maybe something for a longer dialogue, but just wanting to pose it to you about, you know, ideas you have with intersecting with BES, using some of our authorities and our structure here with these meetings. And then also additionally ask what you need from us. what would be helpful to you all from the board in order to meet some of your objectives? So I'll start with those two questions.
Do you want to go ahead and take one, Karen, or I can start?
Either way, you can start since you're in the room.
Okay, I might as well. So I would say, thank you very much for that question. I foresee in the future, the way that we could interact best together is I think that we need a space for us to have a meeting, maybe outside of the general EJAG meeting, and be able to meet with maybe half of the board, because I do understand that you guys have that issue with quorum. And so it'd be really nice to maybe meet with one of your subcommittees, and that way we can better align on some of the work that we hold and some of the work that you guys hold. I think another version of that collaboration is we can definitely maybe even potentially set up a subcommittee. And I do understand that you guys do a review of DTSC, right? And I think that we as the EJAG, and I'm speaking for myself, but I think that we would really benefit to be a part of that and be able to review the department from the lens of community organizers and community advocates that live in these communities and do organizing in these communities. And I think that that would be a really great picture to paint for the legislature as to why it's so important that the Board of Environmental Safety and the EJAC do exist. So does that answer some of the question? I know you had a third one. I'm just totally forgetting.
Yeah, and I also, I mean, I understand that there's a whole body here, and I think, wanted to provide you space to have some thoughtfulness about those two questions, how you see the interaction between our two bodies to work and what you need from us. So I don't expect like a well thought out, complete, answer, but
I'll
wanted
get
to
to
put
it
that
though.
out there.
Karen?
Sure. So I think in response to that question, I agree. We do need to sit and think about this. And I think one of the things that would be really helpful for us is once we have established a governance structure, I think we'd be in a better position to answer that question. Because what we understand is that the way that the EJAC was proposed, there were two subcommittees that were already identified. And we voted to keep those two subcommittees, but we also have freedom to create additional subcommittees. And so I think once our governance structure is set up, it would be a really good time for us to meet with the board to decide how we can best work together. Because I do imagine that part of our governance structure, the way that we sort of discussed it initially, and the way that it has been predetermined is likely to change. So I imagine our interaction with the board might be modified or revised in some way based on how we set up our governance structure. And I should also add our work plan. I think both of those subcommittees and both of those structures will determine how we interact with the board.
Okay, I don't know, Ingrid, you're done for now? Okay, so first of all, congratulations and being part of the EJAC and being the co-chairs. I want to acknowledge that it's been a making and it's been a long road, and one that I've been pretty intimately involved in creating the framework and all of that. So it's exciting. At the same time, I want to make sure, because I'm seeing, I saw your last meeting and getting to know, at least on paper, some of the members and seeing them interact. I'm wondering if there has been a full-on introduction to the EJAC members of what DTSC is. And if not, maybe that's something that should be asked for. And if you need support, do let us know, because I think EJAC has in the reason that I'm very committed in making sure that this was created. And I think Ingrid can speak more to it, because obviously she had a deeper influence, but I was more on the back end of making it happen. The whole idea is to, and also for BES, is to help create a community space, which is, EJAC is the community space, right? To help us improve the work that we're doing And BES has a set of parameters, right? So within those parameters, how can we improve it, right? It is the same thing with DTSC. DTSC has a certain parameter, and within that box, how do we improve the work that they do from the community lens, right? So I'm wondering, has that been provided? And I think we did a brief introduction of BES last meeting. Staff did, right? And we would want to continue those conversations to ensure that that's understood. And then within that, you all can determine what are the areas that you want to participate with us. I'm hoping that maybe DTSC did that, and if not, how can we help you to ensure that happens?
Yeah, this is Miguel. I would say it'd be really helpful to have that review provided to us. I think if we could have that by the next meeting, that would be really, really helpful to get maybe like a top-down overview of the organization. And I would also say its key stakeholders, right? Like what are its key facilities under its jurisdiction that maybe you guys are focusing on so we know. And it'd be just really great to have that available to us and have it sent by email, have it, put on a presentation, because I feel like there is a little bit of confusion as to what DTSC's role is within certain facilities. But thank you for that.
Okay. I don't know, Karen, if you have anything to say.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And so I think yes, I think it would be helpful. So my our memory of our interaction and introduction to DTSC, along with working with the consultants, was that we each were we had a one-on-one conversation with the consultants, and the priorities of DTSC were presented to each of us. And then we were asked which one of those would we like to work on as an EJAC. And so we did have some sense of what the priorities for DTSC were. And we were able to weigh in terms of which of those priorities we wanted to focus on as individual EJAC members. I think at the time we met, our last meeting, there were still a couple of members that needed to be engaged in those one-on-one conversations so that we can have sort of a summary of sort of what we identified as a committee. So that's one thing. And so I think we have some general view of the priorities, but again, more information is also helpful. In terms of the parameters of the board, I agree with Miguel. It would be really good for us to know what that looks like so that we can get a better overview of the priorities of both the board and DTSC and how we might work collaboratively and also be a liaison between the community, which I believe is our ultimate role, and DTSC and the board.
And I want to, and I'll open it up for everybody else, but hopefully the idea is that, so myself and Ingrid are the committee members for EJAC. We're divided in various different committees, the board. So hopefully that we'll be able to, now that there are two co-chairs, hoping that we can interact a little bit more and figure out how we utilize this public space for the EJAC. So that's, that definitely something that we can continue working on. I also just want to say that, it is really important, and I'm here representing also, I'm part of the board, but the lens that I come here as a member is through the EJ lens, right? And I say this because I want to make sure that the clarification of EJAC is to improve DTSC's engagement with the community, right? So I really want to make sure that that is that is the case. It's not so much to improve their engagement with community, but it's to improve everything that they do, and to minimize environmental injustice to continue perpetuating, whether it being permitting process, whether it being whatever it might be, right? So what that looks like is I want to make sure that you all feel empowered to ask and to be connected with the right department to get that information to be able to improve it, right? So I just want to make sure that that is something that is understood because there is a lot of opportunity to really improve this department and how they do regulations within the permitting process, within what they do, to ensure that we're not continuing the perpetuation of environmental injustice. So it's a really, it can be a very powerful opportunity if if that is like if we're all walking in the same through that same lens. Um, it's not so much how they can improve public outreach. It's more in the inward. How can we improve the inward of DTSC? So yeah,
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a follow-up question. Kind of hearing, I think, with the one-on-ones with consultants, it sounds like there was actually maybe a list that consultants came in with, and then the EJAC members were able to kind of assess which of those from the list they were most interested in. So it just occurs to me that that as you develop your work plans based on that conversation, that there might be a missed opportunity to also, again, figure out where there might be intersections with our work. I don't think we were able to have much input into that list that you were given. And so maybe there's further conversations possible before you finalize your work plans that could also take into account some of the areas that we have jurisdiction over. So just kind of a note there. And then a question is, I heard Miguel, you say that there'll be 2 meetings a month potentially, generally speaking. And I'm just wondering, are those internal? Are they public? Have you heard much or made decisions on kind of the structure in terms of where the public, would fit into those meetings?
So that's a great question. Thank you. So from my understanding, every meeting that we host is public. So even when we're discussing our governance or our work plan, this would be done in a public setting. So that's my understanding of it. In terms of like how our work plans align, I would say following up before we do get to our next meeting on the 23rd, I would make myself available if you guys are willing to have, say, one of the co-chairs or both of the co-chairs in a meeting space where we can better align and get to understand each other a little bit better on where some of the work intersects. I'd be more than willing to jump on a call with anyone if it has to be one-on-one because of the quorum thing. We have to do it that way. But Karen, I don't know if you had anything to add to that question.
No, I agree. And we haven't yet set whether we're going to meet twice a month yet, right? We do need to decide, and Miguel and I have the same understanding. It's because what we were told, that all of the EJAC meetings have to be public. And he and I talked at length yesterday about that. And we would like to hear from the board, given that you are the architects of this EJAC. If that is the case, because we do anticipate a need to meet in private as well as in public. And so we want to get a better understanding of what the expectations are for our meetings.
I'll just share, standing up the board and having to do something similar. It's on. Where there is a need, obviously, to have things transparent, have things open, but it is extremely difficult to do hybrid meetings on a regular 2-week basis. So one thing that I would encourage you all to do is do both. Like what the board does is we have our internal subcommittee meetings that we meet on a regular basis internally, and then we report out on what we're working out. So we're hitting that transparent piece where we're being transparent with the public on everything the board's working on, yet when it comes to actually getting the work done, we're doing that internally because it's just so hard to do everything in a hybrid fashion. It's costly also. And so that's just one thing that I would encourage. It's obviously, how you all want to decide on this, but you can do both. Have your internal meetings and then have the public EJAC meetings where you report out.
Well, I would say it's really great to have that clarification. I guess me and Co-Chair Karen, we didn't really know that was the case. And so I think that would be the best course of action. Of course, we're going to have to take this to the rest of the EJAC board and see if that's something that they're willing to do. But I think that this would be the best course of action, because there are many decisions that we're going to have to, work on, and it's not something that we have time to do like in that, one public meeting that we get or two public meetings we get. So that's really helpful to know. Thank you.
I think we just started to talk through how you're an inaugural board and the aspect of governance, what you work on, how you work on them is a non-trivial amount of work. My invitation to you is, as you are doing that thoughtfully, there are also ways to engage opportunistically, because there are issues that are current with the board and with DTSC that there is an opportunity for engagement and we want your engagement. Specifically, there's the hazardous waste management plan metrics that we discussed, which is very critical. That's open for public comment. The hazardous waste management plan is open for public comment. We would love your EJAC committee to start to provide feedback on things that are being discussed in the moment.
That's really helpful to know, and I'm sure that we're going to take that back to the rest of the board members as a priority. Thank you.
You had congratulations to both of you on your willingness to serve as co-chairs. Thank you so much. It's an important way to get started, and time is ticking. And I know that each of us is more than willing to talk with the two of you or any group in order to help you get started, because I think it's fresh in our minds how it was to start this board just a few years ago. So let's work together. A couple of things crossed my mind. We are just over a month away from our next meeting, which is in the Bay Area. There may be things that are of interest to your members, but if we could give both of you as co-chairs sort of at some point a preview of what our day will involve. There may be things that members wish to know more about, and some of us could brief that. And then secondly, we could speak as a pair. Under Bagley-Keene, you could take any two of us, if that would help in terms of your own time, both of you, and where it goes. And then lastly, the mention of metrics by each of the board members. As you form up your work plan and metrics subcommittee, our work has been underway under Swathi's direction for a long time, and we were trying to wrap our arms as a board around the hazardous waste management program. And then Chair Rakestraw is leading the effort under the Safer Consumer Products metric. So there's work underway, and it's not easy, but it would be nice to share that thinking with the EJAC at sometime in the coming months.
Well, thank you so much. I think that would be an excellent idea if we were, as an EJAC board, briefed on exactly, what the board is going to put into the public the next meeting. I think that would really get us better prepared to have a better discussion. So if that's a possibility, count us in. And in terms of meeting, pulling aside two at a time, I think maybe we can coordinate via email, like what order we're going to do the two and like how, you guys group your duo together. And then I guess myself and Karen could work on going through and having a conversation with y'all.
Thank you. And thank you. Karen, do you want to add anything?
No, I agree. And anytime I hear metrics, I get excited. I'm a data analyst and a Michigan trained quantitative researcher. So I get really excited when I hear that. And so I hope, I won't speak for every member of the EJAC, but I'm particularly excited about talking about sort of the metrics. So I will be obviously on the work plan and metrics committee, but I'd love to hear where you are on that work plan and how we can be involved.
Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and go. First off, congratulations to you, Miguel, to you, Karen, on being selected. We're really looking forward to working closely with you on the board, and good luck in getting the governance set up. And again, I think as others have said, we are here as a resource and happy to have any discussions on lessons learned from setting this board up. I did attend the first meeting, and I thought it was a great tone, great dynamic, and really looking forward to meeting and working with all of you in the coming years. Just to echo a couple of the comments that were made, I really wanted to emphasize Member Gomez's point on kind of asking DTSC for detailed kind of deep dives, both the broad overview and the deep dives. Those are critical for us. I mean, I regularly get briefed. All of us get regularly briefed, and those just are so critical in performing our respective roles. So really wanted to emphasize that. On the work plan specifically, I agree with those who have said that there's really an opportunity for the EJAC to input into the board's work. But I think at the same time, there's an enormous amount of work that DTSC does that the board has very little input in, or at least we'll have kind of a topical overview on. So I would really think through kind of what are some of the gaps as well that the board is not digging deep into. And so, I think there's that dual role to play. And I'm sure, individual members have a view on kind of what some of those areas are. I don't think we need to get into it here, but just that's something I would think about as well. Because we, of course, have our EJ subcommittee. They're doing their work, but there's also a lot of work that is not being daylighted through these board meetings as well that DTSC is doing as well. So I'll stop there. Are there any other comments the board members want to make on the EJAC before we open it up for public comment?
I'm just going to clarify one thing that may not be clear. So the board, because this board has to abide by Bagley-Keene, and so all of our subcommittees that we have are 2 board members and staff. So there's 3 or 4 different staff, and it's only 2 board members that sit on each subcommittee. EJAC, I think, is orchestrated a bit differently, and so you don't have those
No, we don't.
restrictions that the board does. So for the board members, there's only 2 of them that can be part of each subcommittee. So even when we're meeting with DTSC, they often have to brief, have 3 different
Pairs.
meetings, having those trainings and briefings. So just to share that we have to be very strict about Bagley-Keene.
Thank you. Thanks, Swati. Evelyn, can you please open the floor for public comments?
Of course, thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We will now open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 7, the EJAC update. I'll start with our in-person participants. Is there anyone in room that would like to comment? I see one. Please make your way up to the podium. And again, if you'd like to identify yourself for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'm not going to identify myself. No, I'm kidding. I'm Angela from Earth Justice, and thank you for the conversation, and thank you to the co-chairs and the rest of the committee for their willingness to serve. I did have one question as I was listening to this conversation. You mentioned conversations with the consultant, and so I just wondered if we can get some clarification and visibility into what kind of consultant and what that looks like, if that's something you can share with us.
Is there a DTSC legal person here? No, I'm just kidding. From my understanding, we are being consulted by a group called a Better World Group. And correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, because I think you'll remember better than me. But this consultant group is getting compensated, and I can't exactly tell you the dollar figures off the top of my head, so if anyone here can help with that. But the gist of it is they are helping with facilitating discussions. They are helping with facilitating meetings internally and publicly. And so when we say publicly, these meetings look like either hybrid Zooms. From our understanding, there is some funding allocated for physical in-person meetings, but the amount of them has not been disclosed yet. And I believe the total amount of meetings altogether is 40, I want to say 2 or 6 meetings total that they're contracted to be able to pull off. They help get us together in the sense that they call us individually to see where we're at as EJAC members. And they're also the people that moderate our actual EJAC meeting discussions. So I don't know if Karen, you wanted to add anything that I may have missed.
I think that's the gist. They're hired to provide support for the EJAC. And that means agendas and facilitation and things of that nature. And so we do have this external group that was identified by DTSC to support the EJAC.
Yeah, and I did want to make that clear that we as the EJAC did not have any, we didn't, not that we don't like them, but we didn't have any choice in that particular contractor. So that was already done, predetermined by DTSC. And I don't know if anyone has like the fiscal part of your question, if you would like to answer it. I think someone from DTSC probably has the cards to that.
Thank you so much. I'll go to now our Zoom participants to see if they'd like to comment. I don't see any hands raised at the moment, but I'll do a last call for in-person and Zoom participants who would like to comment on agenda item number 7, EJAC update. And also if our interpreters can ask, thank you so much, Mark, for sharing that there are currently no Spanish comments on the Spanish line. Otherwise, that would conclude our comments for agenda item number 7. There was a question if from the comment from the in-person comment if they can request a copy of the EJAC scope of work from the contractor scope of work.
Have our ombuds ask DTSC for that.
That'd be nice to have even on the EJAC end. I think having clarification of, where the funding and the resources are being pointed at. I'll speak for myself that would be really great information to know exactly, what's being spent on our communities. But I think the rest of the EJAC board would probably want to know that figure also. And I think the last time we were briefed, we were only giving a very, I'd say top down or I don't know how to make sense of it, but we weren't really given the specifics of like where everything's going, just like general numbers.
I would suggest also just ask Serlene to give that to both of you as co-chairs so that all of the EJAC requests go through Serlene as well. I think that would be really helpful.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Evelyn, are there any more public comments?
No public comments at this. One last public comment. Yes. Thank you. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Loera. I'm an attorney at Earth Justice. I want to speak a little bit about the consulting. I'm a little bit concerned that DTSC hired these consultants without speaking to EJAC. And essentially they contracted these people to moderate these conversations, right? And the EJAC is supposed to be an independent board that is advising DTSC. But if they're paying the people managing these meetings, aren't they controlling the parameters of these conversations? So I'd be really curious to see how involved is DTSC in working with Better World Group to kind of dictate what they're going to talk about and what limiting their conversations possibly to topics that they, make them look not like they're fulfilling their mandate, right? When possibly they could be getting more critical feedback if it was not controlled by them. Thank you.
I think we could maybe have DTSC at some point talk to that point. I'm not talking on behalf of DTSC, only just being involved in the contracting process. It's like a year-long process to get a contract and a consultant. We've gone through it and I don't know, but I'm imagining that DTSC probably didn't want the whole process delayed by a year because government contracts they just take a very long time and for a good reason, right? They want to be thorough. They want to be, thorough on the process, the bidding process, but I don't know if anybody from DTSC is on Zoom, but I imagine that might be one of the reasons. Even when we were starting up the board, that was a consideration. There was a couple of translation contracts that were already underway because it takes a whole year. And so maybe, it's a really long time. So I imagine that might be the reasoning why, but this is, again, something that we can ask DTSC to follow up on.
I just wanted to offer the perspective to the co-chairs that a support contractor is a support contractor, and it doesn't in any way diminish your and Professor Lincoln's role in running the meetings, in engaging with your council, and in determining your fate. They're just there to help you do what you ask them to do. So I envision as you go forward with more public meetings and you're running the meeting, they're not running the meeting. It's clearly the council that is in charge, and the support contractor is there to support the logistics of things.
Yeah, I'll speak for myself when I say that I do appreciate the contractor's work, but I think that that was a really valid point that was brought up, is that they were, selected before. And so maybe in the future, one of the things that the EJAC will do is that we will make sure that we'll create a dynamic process that maybe allows for the EJAC to have some type of input in the next round of contracting or in the next EJAC round, if that's a possibility. Because I do think that despite it taking a long time, because we know that all these things have a lot of red tape, but we still have to be consulted as the EJAC and as the community members that are on the ground, because there may be an alternative that may be cheaper, right? And being cost effective is something that may be able to let us do more robust public engagement and have the meetings that we need to get things done. So that would be my comment. I don't know if Chair Lincoln has anything to say.
Sure, thank you. Yes, I agree. So again, I agree with everything that has been said. We were also told, because of the time it takes to hire a contractor. With that said, and I do want to speak to the public comment, and I appreciate that comment. We understand that the consultants are they're playing a supportive role for us. We've also met each other, and we realize that we have a very strong and deep commitment to environmental justice, each and every one of us. We've been doing this work for a really long time, and we appreciate the fact that we will have support to manage some of these meetings in terms of what we say, in terms of what we do and how we do it. We do not feel like we are beholden or under the control of DTSC or the consultants. And so we do feel empowered to do the work of the EJAC. We appreciate the support, and I want to reiterate that we would like to see the details of the contract so that we can, and we're going to have that conversation about a budget for community engagement at our July 23rd meeting, but we would like to see the flexibility that we have in terms of the ability to use some of these funds to support the work, particularly as we're working in our communities.
Thank you. Chair Rakestraw, I just want to acknowledge that Deputy Grant has her hand raised on Zoom, if you'd like to recognize her to provide.
Definitely. Can you please pass the floor to Deputy Grant? Deputy
Grant, please accept a request to unmute, and if you'd also like to be on video, we can spotlight you.
Thank you for this opportunity, and Karen and Miguel, thank you for your presentation. I've actually learned a lot today about the EJAC, and that goes to the point of the last speaker. And Karen, you actually said it so very well. I didn't know you were going to say all that you said, so I was in somewhat of a defensive posture, everyone, and I'm sorry for that. But Swati was correct. And we have presented this and explained this to the EJAC members. The ramp up time to get a consultant on board to do anything, mail a letter, write a letter, run a meeting, is months. And we were already on a very tight schedule, the BES will remember, to get this EJAC set up so that we could start. So we went through the state process and RFPs and all of that, and we settled on the groups that we have settled on. And as the co-chair spoke, we will be doing some part of the DTSC staff will be doing a presentation at their next meeting, or discussion at their next meeting about the scope, the work, and what have you. And I will offer that they may not facilitate every meeting, just like the BES has at times had people providing support to you, and at times you have been running your own meeting. It would not surprise me if once the EJAC is up and running, that some of the work that the consultants are doing now, they won't have to do. So, and thank you, Karen, for saying that. We are not putting words in the consultants' mouths. We are not censoring anyone. It's really, truly the EJAC members are running their meetings, setting their agendas, and telling us what they want to talk about. So thank you for these few minutes.
I think Member Gomez would like to make one more comment. I think at that point we should probably wrap up this agenda item and then move on to the fee rates.
Yeah, and this whole conversation that has occurred, brought a question. What's the framework shared with the members of the EJAC? There's a document called framework.
I believe it was.
Okay.
I want to say.
And that's important because it really states some of like the creation of it was to be independent, but still supported by DTSC. There is because you're going to need content from the department. So there is a relationship. You're going to need content from us as you want to help us improve certain things that we're working on, right? But if I recall, I can't remember what the last rendition looked like, but there was a conversation that we were having as we were finalizing the framework about the money tied to it, that we wanted to leave some of it so as the EJAC was getting created and there was a decision to you were creating your work plan, if there needed to be consultants hired to support you to understand certain things, that you had that ability, right? So I'm just sharing that because I want to say that that stayed within it, within the framework as a reference, that there can be other additional consultants that are identified by the group to be able to understand the work, because some of it is very technical, right? And not to devalue you all being technical, but if that's needed or something else, that the money is not just about community engagement. Yeah. So I want you to understand, like that's understood.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
There's a bunch of questions coming up on the Zoom about BES's contracts and consultants now that we're on the topic. So I just wanted to clarify for the public. We do not have consultants. We have two contractors. One is our translation, so we get materials translated. So we have a contract for that. And then we have Zoom facilitators who we're here, Danessa and Corin, who help with the Zoom facilitation. So those are our two through CSUS. So those are our two contracts, but we do not have a consultant for any of our meetings because I know the question came up. So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much, Swati. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I think the EJAC updates will be a regular item. And so we look forward to continuing this conversation. So we'll now turn to agenda item number 8, which is a presentation on the fiscal year 2025 to 26 fee rates. So we're joined today by the board's environmental program manager, Firdaus Permirza, DTSC's Chief Financial Officer, Brian Brown, as well as DTSC's Fiscal Officer, Catherine Grant, who will provide us with a joint presentation on fee rate scenarios for the 2025 to 26 fiscal year. And after the presentation, we'll, as usual, have board discussion followed by public comments. So, Firdaus.
Thank you, Chair Rickstraw. Thank you for joining us for today's presentation on fiscal year 25-26 budget updates and proposed fee rate scenarios. Next slide. Representing the Fees Subcommittee is Board Chair Andrew Rakestraw, Board Member Sushma Bhatia, Executive Officer Swati Sharma, Board Legal Counsel Greg Forrest, myself, Firdaus Permirza, Environmental Program Manager, Senior Staff Engineer Linda Ocampo, Board Specialist Courtney Bailey, and Senior Staff Scientist Marcus Raymond. Next slide. Joining us from DTSC's Office of Financial Planning is Chief Financial Officer Brian Brown and Fiscal Officer Catherine Grant. Next slide. Today's presentation will cover DTSC's Budget Act updates, BES's fee setting process, proposed fee rate scenarios, and next steps in the fee rate setting process. Now I'll hand it over to Brian and Kate, who will present on the updates to the enacted budget.
Good afternoon. Today, Mr. Brian Brown and I will be providing updates regarding the Budget Act of 2025 and the fund conditions for the 3 funds in which the board sets the fee rates for. So The 2025 Budget Act included approval of all of DTSC's proposed budget changes or budget change requests. This includes the implementation of the generation and handling fee regulations adopted earlier this year, funded through a combination of both HWCA, or Hazardous Waste Control Account, and TSCA, our Toxic Substances Control Account. In addition, Budget Act extends the hazardous waste control account loan repayment from the 2025-26 fiscal year to the 26-27 fiscal year. So we have been authorized to have one additional year for repayment of the $40 million loan. Additionally, the funding that provides funding for DTSC's annual transfer to the site remediation account, which funds our national priorities list and state orphan sites, was also approved, funded out of TSCA. And there was a one-time funding provided for the Santa Susana Field Laboratory for ongoing litigation costs. So in addition to the budget change proposals, the Budget Act also maintained the 7.95% expenditure reduction for DTSC's state operations. And then there's also the potential restoration of the eliminated vacant positions from 24-25. The fund condition statements that we're presenting today do assume restoration of these positions in the second half of the year. And these costs are reflected in the fund condition statements that Mr. Brown will go over in the next couple slides. Next slide. So before before going over the fund conditions, I did want to take a minute just to kind of re-baseline everyone from where we were in the fund condition statements we presented last month to where we are now that Brian will provide more information on. So some changes were made to the preliminary fund condition statements, and I want to highlight some of these. First and foremost, for all three funds, we updated the year-end estimated expenditures for 24-25 to reflect an updated savings. In addition, we included adjustments for prior year revenues to reflect actual collections. And we also updated the estimated cost of personal services to reflect the impacts of recent bargaining. And this is actually, compared to last month, a larger, we had anticipated a larger increase than what's in what we're presenting today. So those are the first three bullets. Moving on to the fourth bullet, and to address HWCA more specifically, after incorporating all of the other adjustments, we were able to identify some additional savings, both from expenditure savings and increased revenue, which resulted in DTSC being able to make a larger loan repayment than presented last month. So we are now including a $32 million repayment of the loan provided to HWCA from the Beverage Container Recycling Fund. So that is what we're including. So to talk more in detail of each of these funds, I'll turn it to Mr. Brown.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name again is Brian Brown. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for DTSC. And I am going to go over the fund condition statements for each of the three funds. So the Hazardous Waste Control Account, Hazardous Waste Facility Account, and Toxic Substances Control Account, the three funds into which the fees that you set are deposited. Just as a bit of a refresher, the purpose of a fund condition statement is really, it's a budget tool that we use to look at what are the resources that we have available, what money do we have at the beginning of the year, what revenues are coming in, and how does that compare to what we're expecting to spend over the coming year to make sure that we have enough funding available to support all those costs, not unlike balancing your checkbook. Oftentimes, though, when we do this, we're doing this not just on a monthly basis or even an annual basis. We're oftentimes looking over multiple fiscal years. So that's what you'll see for each of these funds today is a 2-year fund condition statement. Now, looking at these fund condition statements are really critical to your role in setting the fees, because ultimately your charge in statute is to set the fee rates at a level that provides sufficient revenue to support our projected or budgeted cost for that next year or for this year. And so I'll note that as we go through each of these fund condition statements, they do reflect the enacted budget. So they've been updated from what was presented to the subcommittee last month to reflect actual enacted budget that was just approved just in the last couple weeks, and then also includes those other technical adjustments that Ms. Grant just spoke about a few minutes ago. And then lastly, before we dive into the specifics, I'll just note that I think big picture, if you look at each of these three funds, we're in a good position this year where each of those funds are in a healthy position with strong reserves. And really that's really driven by a few different factors. It is driven both by on the revenue side, where our revenues in all three fees have been strong and consistent, and in some cases exceeding what we had projected in prior years. And then also on the expenditure side of the ledger, we have, I think, done a good job managing our expenditures, but then also, of course, those statewide budget reductions that all state departments were subject to did decrease our expenditure authority in all of our funds. In total at DTSC, our expenditure reductions were over $30 million last year, most of that in HWCA and TSCA. So you can see how that level of budget reduction has a real impact on how much funding we were, or how much we were able to spend in prior year and going forward. Okay, so with all that preface, you have on your screen now the hazardous waste control account. So this is the fund into which the generation and handling fee is deposited. And what I'll do is I'll point you really to the bottom line first, which is if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of the table, you can see that the projected year-end fund balance at the end of the current fiscal year, 25-26, is $10.6 million, which is 8.1% of our estimated expenditures. So what that tells you is, as a board, given your statutory direction, you have the authority to either increase the generation and handling fee, but only by a modest amount, no more, to not exceed that 10% cap. You could maintain it at its current level, or you could decrease it. Just to highlight a couple of the key adjustments, I won't go through all of them. These are very simplified fund condition statements. There's a lot that's embedded within this, but just to highlight a couple of those adjustments that Ms. Grant spoke to. You can see, for example, on the second line, prior year adjustments, we did, as we are in the process of closing our books now for the last fiscal year, we did identify that there's about $6 million in additional revenues that came in for prior years. Over and above what we had previously estimated. So that's additional income into the fund that benefits the health of the fund. A couple of other things to point out for the generation and handling fee revenue line. You can see that year over year, we are projecting a modest increase in revenues. That's to reflect our ongoing efforts to improve compliance with the generation and handling fee, so that generators who are responsible for paying that fee are in fact complying with the rules and regulations around exemptions and so on. So we're estimating that we will see some additional growth in revenues this year. And then maybe for these purposes, the last thing I'll point out on this slide is that under expenditures and expenditure adjustments, you can see that the $32 million loan repayment from HWCA to the Beverage Container Recycling Fund is reflected there within that $132 million total in estimated expenditures or outflow of cost. With that, we can move to the next slide. And here we'll talk about the hazardous waste facility account, which receives a facility fee. Really, all the same technical adjustments are reflected here. I won't go through them in detail, but just to highlight a couple of things. Again, the bottom line, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, you can see projected fund balance of $4.3 million. In this case, because it is a smaller fund, that actually is over 24% of the total estimated expenditure. So here, in this case, given that your statutory requirement to maintain no more than a 10% reserve, you'll be required to reduce the facility fee this year. I'll note again, I may not have said this explicitly, but for each of these slides, I just want to be clear that these assume the current fee rate. So, so obviously if you were to reduce the fee going forward, you would see then the fund balance go down. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we have TSCA, the Toxic Substances Control Account, which receives the environmental fee. Here, all the same adjustments underlying. If you look at the bottom line, in this case, the projected fund balance is $16.8 million, which is 13.9% of estimated expenditures. That again is above the 10% maximum threshold, and therefore you will be required to reduce the fee rate for the environmental fee. I'll just note a couple things here that may stand out as being a little bit different. One, under prior year adjustments here, you can see it's a negative number, $1.5 million. This just reflects that actual collection of revenues from prior years, what came in a little bit below our estimate. This happens just because we do make these projections earlier in the year, and in reality, well, don't like to see negative numbers in this context. It actually is really just reflective of about 1% of our overall annual revenue. So we were pretty close overall. And then the other thing that will be a little bit different on this slide from others, so I just want to highlight it for folks so they understand it, is on the other revenue sources, loans and transfers, you see those negative numbers. Those are a composite of a few different adjustments that we make just as a standard part of our annual fund condition statement for TSCA. It includes, on the positive end, it includes our cost recovery revenues and some other penalty and other revenues. But the reason it shows up as a negative is it also includes the annual transfer that's made from TSCA to the site remediation account, which supports our work for state and federal orphan sites. And so Ms. Grant spoke to that this year. That's about $36 million transfer. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions at the end of the presentation. I'll pass it back to Verdes.
Thank you, Brian and Kate. I will now provide a recap of BES's role in the fee rate setting process and discuss fee rate factors for fiscal year 25-26, in addition to the proposed scenarios for the G&H fee, facility fee, and environmental fee. Next slide. The 2021 Reform Bill for DTSC SB 158 reformed DTSC's fee structure, including the number of fees, the rates, and the associated accounts. It also established the Board of Environmental Safety to set the fee rates and ensure fiduciary responsibility for short and long-term stability for DTSC. Therefore, we work closely with DTSC's finance department to monitor the revenues collected to ensure that DTSC has enough funding to operate its programs. The board is also responsible for bringing awareness to fee payers, stakeholders, and the public, and using public comments to help inform decisions on proposed changes to the fee rates. Next slide. There are statutory mandates that are factored in when setting fee rates. As mentioned, BES works closely with DTSC to review the fund balance, which includes reviewing revenues and other resources affecting the balance, and determining if there was an over or under collection of revenue in the preceding year. Then there are DTSC's expenditures, which include appropriations and administrative costs. Appropriated amounts are set by the legislature and reflect the expenditures of DTSC each fiscal year. This reflects the amounts of funding DTSC requires to run its programs and deliver on its mandates. Administrative costs are a component of the appropriated amounts and include costs to administer and collect fees. SB 158 mandates that the fee rates be set to allow for a reserve in each account to account for unforeseen situations and shortfalls. It's important to note that reserves cannot exceed 10% of the authorized expenditures. BES must also consider the fee rate limits, which are adjusted annually for inflation. Next slide. Now we'll discuss the factors used to determine the fee rate scenarios. Let's look at some of the information we know of today and what's still pending. The final appropriations for fiscal year 25-26 following the enactment of the Budget Act include the authorized expenditures that will inform on the fund's ending balance and reserves. It's important for us to keep loan repayment in mind when we think about having prudent reserves. We need enough revenue to pay back the outstanding loan, and as DTSC mentioned, there is a $40 million loan from CalRecycle's Beverage Container Recycling Fund to the Hazardous Waste Control account to address generation and handling fee shortfall in 2023. The preliminary loan repayment has been factored into the proposed scenarios, which I'll go into in a minute. Then we have the updated fund condition statement that Brian just discussed, which compare the revenues and expenditures. And by mid-August, we'll receive the Consumer Price Index update, which is used to calculate the fee rate limits. Together, this information will allow the board to evaluate fee options for each fund. Now we'll take a look at the proposed scenarios. Next slide. First up is the generation and handling fee. There is a projected fund balance of $10.6 million, which results in an 8.1% reserve with no rate change. This includes the loan repayment of $32 million, as mentioned earlier. Due to the special circumstances of the HWCA account, there are 4 options listed for G&H scenarios, with an 8, 8.1, 9, and 10% reserve. An 8.1 reserve is the status quo and would result in no change in fee rates. The board also has an option of an 8% reserve, which would result in a slight reduction of 9 cents per ton, a 9% reserve, which would result in an increase of $1.05 per ton, or a 10% reserve, which would result in a rate increase of $2.19 per ton. It's important to note that a higher reserve would account for future uncertainty and could accommodate further loan repayment. As mentioned earlier, there is a significant structural deficit within the HWCA account, and the board is responsible for ensuring fiscal stability and solvency for DTSC. Next slide. Now we'll take a look at the scenarios for the facility fee. There is currently a balance of $4.3 million, which results in a total reserve of 24.3%. Therefore, there must be a reduction in fees because the reserve cannot exceed the 10%. Looking at the most conservative scenario, allowing for a 10% reserve would reduce fees by $2.5 million or 17.7%. To allow for an 8% reserve would result in a reduction of roughly $2.8 million or 20.2%. And a 6% reserve would require a reduction of $3.2 million or 22.7%. Next slide. This slide shows the reduction in fees in each facility type to attain the target reserve of 6, 8, or 10%. It's important to note that the full permit tier, only the base rate is adjusted. For example, when looking at the column for the disposal facility, to achieve a 10% reserve would result in a reduction of approximately $195,000. For a mini storage facility, there would be an approximate of $5,000 reduction in the fee rate. Next slide. The table continues on this slide to show the change in rate for standardized permit facilities, post-closure facilities, and fixed and transportable treatment units. Let's look at the rate change for a standardized permit facility Series A as an example. With a 10% reserve, this would result in a reduction of $11,375. Another example would be a large facility that is in post-closure over 5 years. With a 10% reserve, it would result in a reduction of nearly $10,000. Next slide. And lastly, we'll take a look at the scenarios for the environmental fee. There's a projected fund balance of $16.8 million for the TSCA fund, which exceeds the 10% maximum reserve level, so there must be a reduction in rates. Again, looking at the most conservative scenario, allowing for a 10% reserve would require a reduction of over $4.7 million or 3.9%. An 8% reserve would require a reduction of 6.1%, and a 6% reserve would require a reduction of 8.3%. Next slide. Let's take a look at the breakdown of these scenarios based on the size of facilities. For businesses with 100 to 250 employees, to achieve a 10% reserve requires a $48 rate reduction. To achieve an 8% reserve, we're looking at a reduction of $72, and 6% reserve would result in a reduction of $97. that summarizes the scenario options provided by the fee subcommittee for all 3 fees. Next slide. In looking at what's coming ahead, during our August board meeting, the board will vote to adopt the fee rates and fee rate limits. Then in September, the board will start the emergency rulemaking process to adopt the fee rates. By October 1st, the board will send notifications to CDTFA with the adopted rates and adjusted fee limits. Next slide. That concludes our presentation on budget updates and fee rate scenarios. We appreciate you joining us today, and we want to make sure you know how to stay involved. First, we encourage you to attend our upcoming board meeting in August when the board will vote on the rates. It's open to the public and we'll have an option to join virtually, and you'll see the link on our website. Second, if you'd like to speak directly with the fee subcommittee board members or staff, you may request a meeting by reaching out to our board specialist, Courtney Bailey. And finally, if you have feedback, questions, or suggestions you'd like to share in writing, please email our senior staff engineer, Linda Ocampo. Next slide. I'd also like to share some helpful links. If you have any questions regarding the fee rate setting process, general fee information, questions about your CDTFA account, or legislative matters, you'll see the links provided on this slide. Any questions? I'll leave it to Brian and Kate to answer.
Thank you very much for the presentation for those, Brian and Kate. I will now open up the floor for board comment and questions. Vice Chair Hecker, please.
My question is specific to the loan repayment. I understood from your presentation that you're budgeting for 32 million to go toward the beverage fund, to return to the beverage fund. And does that leave a balance of 8 that we still have to reckon with in the 2026 state fiscal year?
That's correct.
Is there, was it a bridge too far to repay the whole amount? Or was it just a prudent calculation at 32 or other?
Yeah, so we could have, conceivably, we could have pushed for the full 40 million this year based on our projected fund balance that would have effectively would have depleted almost the full projected balance in the fund, which was something we could consider. Of course, that would then put upward pressure on fees this year. So one consideration is by repaying this amount, while it still does leave some that has to be repaid the next fiscal year, it does keep us on a trajectory where we do not need to do at least large fee increases in the current year.
A follow-up question. As the various agreements with the bargaining units have been secured, I understand, though I haven't seen them, that there are some mandatory unpaid leave. Am I correct in characterizing it loosely that way? And I wondered how that is factored into your calculations for salaries, overhead, and related personnel expenses.
Yeah, and Ms. Grant may be able to provide some more of the specific details if you'd like it, but at a high level, that it is correct is that the recent side letters, we call them, with the bargaining units between the administration and the state employee unions does ultimately result in a projected reduction in costs relative to what we would have assumed would have happened otherwise. Normally, what we do in our fund condition statements is we take a rough projection of, given our overall workforce and what we do know about the existing bargaining units and what level of raises are built in, will include a sort of preliminary estimate of what the impact to each of our funds will be in the current year. That's what we've done each of the last couple of years. We did do that this year, and in fact, when we presented to the fees subcommittee last month, we did include that. And then subsequently, those side letters were negotiated. And so what we've done in the fund condition statements you just saw is we reduced those amounts. We reduced the estimated increase in costs associated with those bargaining unit salary and benefit increases. So that has the effect of benefiting each of the funds in terms of, therefore, less expenditures projected this year. I'll just note that they are still very preliminary because we have not gotten from our oversight agencies, Department of Finance or any of the other agencies, the cost estimates broken out. And so they are sort of placeholder numbers, but we think they're probably in the right ballpark.
And then lastly, my ears were keen to hear you say that you would consider in the second half of the year restoration of some of the PY that had been swept. So I imagine everyone's going to be really nice to you after Christmas.
Well, unfortunately, it's not really up to me. If it were up to me, I'd restore all the positions. But just to add a little bit more description of what was included in the final, and this was a very last minute change in the final Budget Act. We didn't know about it until really the day that it was published. And so the final Budget Act included a provision or a couple of provisions that effectively said for most state departments, that the vacancy reduction was going to continue, was going to be maintained. It provided, however, an exception for a handful of departments. It was 5 or 10 departments, but including DTSC. And it said for those departments, there will be a process over the next several months working between Department of Finance and the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, where there will be an opportunity, where at least the Joint Legislative Budget Committee will have an opportunity to reconsider whether some or all of those eliminated positions just for the narrow set of departments will be in fact maintained. So we don't have a lot of detail right now about what exactly that process is going to look like. It's just brand new, but I'm anticipating that over the first half of the year, there will be a process that where we'll probably have to provide information on those positions, what the impacts are, provide that to the legislature, they'll review it, and decisions will be made. So the way we reflected that in the fund condition statements is, in order to be kind of conservative about what our estimated costs might be, we assumed that those positions were restored for only the second half of the year. That may not be what comes to pass, but we wanted to reflect the possibility of those additional expenditures, or else we would face the possibility that we had underestimated our cost.
Last question, how many positions are we speaking of that were swept?
There were 112.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker. Member Brostrom, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I guess I'm a little confused in looking at the fees, the accounts, because a lot, well, what I'm looking at is if just like yearly revenues and yearly expenditures, we're still seeing higher expenditures than revenues, and where we're making up that difference is this beginning balance. And so I guess I'm wondering, why are these beginning balances so high? And I guess I know we need to reduce this in order to meet that. But to me, if we reduce it, we'll still be in a structural deficit because we're still spending more than we're bringing in annually. So I'm just hoping you can make me understand, how this balances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was a little bit remiss. I intended to speak a little bit to the issue of structural deficits earlier, and I missed that, so I apologize. But so big picture, the reason that those starting balances are so high coming into this year is really a couple of factors. One thing specific to HWCA is, of course, we did have that $40 million loan, so we've sort of carried that over. But beyond that, and not unique to HWCA, but to all three of the funds, is we have had healthy revenues, and so that in some cases exceeding what we had previously projected. So each time we bring in more revenues than projected, then that money stays in the fund and carries over to the next year. And then the other really big factor is, I alluded to earlier, are those statewide budget reductions. So again, over $30 million at DTSC last year. And even though while we assume that the vacancy reductions, that those cuts are actually the funding is restored. It's only for a half of a year, and only for that cut. There was another cut, the 7.95% statewide state operations reduction that is not being restored at all. So those reductions also impact reduce our expenditures this coming year relative to what they would otherwise be. Then added to all of that, those are kind of the big picture things, but then it's all those, in some ways, all those minor technical adjustments those add up. So if you look at HWCA, for example, and I pointed out that we had generated $6 million more in prior year revenues than had anticipated. Well, that's $6 million, plus you add another for the current year, or no longer current year, the now prior year, the 24-25 expenditures. In each of those funds, we did, based on our preliminary estimates of, as we're closing the last fiscal year, we're looking at what our actual expenditures looking like they'll be relative to what our enacted budget was, and we're accounting for those savings. So that's millions of dollars in each, a few million dollars in each fund. And then, is there anything I'm missing that? Okay. So it's all those factors kind of added together accumulate to being these large fund balances. Now, to your point, though, about ongoing structural deficits, I think that is a really valid point. And we are really just focused on the fee setting for the current year. But if you are thinking about the longer term, that's certainly the case for HWCA, right, where we have not only additional loan to repay. It'd be great if it's only $8 million and not a larger number. But even beyond that, we do know that we still have a structural deficit in HWCA. And just to kind of put that in context, you'll recall when we first discovered the deficit in the fund and the shortfall in the revenue, it was $40 million. We had anticipated and budgeted to get $80 million, over $80 million in revenue each year, and it was only coming in a little over 40. So we had a very large gap. Well, that was just 2 years ago. We're now projecting closer to $70 million in revenue. So we've really made a lot of progress, and that's, for a few factors, but not the least of which is that the rates were increased last year. But even beyond that, all the efforts we've made to improve compliance and collections has really driven it. But again, it's increased from 30 million from 40 million to about 70 million we're projecting. That doesn't close the full gap of the 40 million revenue drop that we had seen. And of course, even beyond that, we have seen incremental increases in cost. So we still do have a structural deficit, but nowhere near as large as it was just 2 years ago.
Okay. And I think you kind of just answered my second question, which was the collections. I remember that there was that very large difference between anticipated collections and actual collections. And I believe there were some changes. And so just, kind of wondering, I know you said that we're doing much better on the collections, and just, confirming that some of those changes to some of the practices, you think that actually was borne out and really is what caused the closing of that gap?
Yeah, I think so, and a lot of credit to the team at DTSC, a cross-sectional team that included HWMP and our attorney team and our IT team, as well as finance. But just to remind the board, we did adopt regulations in January, emergency regulations that were authorized in the budget trailer bill last year, and that authorized us to develop processes for reviewing exemptions that are claimed by generators to make sure that that those exemption claims, so that exemptions from having to pay the fee, that those exemptions are consistent with state law, as well as to look at reporting that generators do into our EVQ system to make sure that because we need that data to really validate that the amount that generators are paying is the right amount. And so those regulations were just adopted in January. The new Budget Act does include some additional resources, 9 positions for us to implement those regulations. We've got teams already working on it, but it'll give us the additional personnel we need to really execute on those new processes. And so that's why we're anticipating that both this year and ongoing, we'll continue to see growth in our revenues as we're able to increase our oversight and compliance activities.
And then my final question, and something that I struggle with a little bit is, I think it even came up today, is, we're seeing, new initiatives, new directors' priorities, hazardous waste management plan. Some of these things are going to have a price tag attached. And so I sometimes struggle with, kind of seeing these balance sheets and projections and then hearing about these policies over here and trying to figure out, like, when do we start thinking about, kind of these forward-looking plans, how we're going to be able to cover the costs for things coming down the pike so that we're not having these conversations completely divorced.
Right.
So I don't know how that happens. I just want to raise that it's something that I struggle with, and just, yeah, interested in making sure that longer term, we're looking toward where the department is going and where we're going as a state, and how that relates to these types of fee decisions.
Thank you very much, Member Brostrom. There are other comments? Member Bhatia, anything to add?
I don't have a lot of comments because a lot of the content you saw today, Andrew and I got to work alongside DTSC and the BES team to really absorb the content. So I'll just respond to the question that Ingrid asked. In terms of our authority in fee setting, we have used typically the governor's appropriated budget as our starting point. Whatever is appropriated means whatever DTSC has been authorized to spend has been our starting point to then look at fee setting for. The calculation you're asking for is perhaps what is behind the appropriated amounts, is who is looking at it and how does that break down into the specific funding for individual programs and so on. So that's an interesting question, but something that we have not explored in our fee subcommittee and our understanding of where our scope is within 158. One other comment I'll just make is, today is obviously not a decision-making meeting. We're going to talk about fee setting and scenarios, and when we come back next, but potentially vote on the scenario. Some of the principles to think about as we internalize this information is, first is it's important to repay the loan. We've talked about that. 40 million is a loan, and some of the scenarios today get up to repaying 32 million. The second thing is reserve. We talked about maximizing the reserve in the past and getting all the way up to the cap amount, which is 10%, or getting as close to it as possible as a way to build our rainy day fund. And then the third thing we spoke about today is the structural deficit. Even though the fund looks healthy today, there is this underlying loan that's making it look, the GNH fund, which is really GNH fee funded account, which is HWCA, look healthy. We still need to keep that in mind as we think about the scenarios.
Thank you very much. Anything, Member Gomez? No. Just from my perspective, I don't also have that much to add, given that we were involved in as the fee subcommittee in drafting this. I do want to say I think it's encouraging. I think it's good news that certain fee payers will see a reduction. I think it's required that the board reduce the fees for the environmental fee and the facilities fee. So I think that's a good signal and a good sign, particularly for some of the smaller enterprises. I am concerned similarly on the hazardous waste control account about kind of not this year, 25, 26, but what happens in 26, 27, kind of where we're headed. I know we don't yet have the ability to forecast it, but this structural deficit here continues to make me nervous. And I know we're able to like move some numbers around and try to fill some gaps, but I do worry that we're headed for a significant increase next year based on at least what we're seeing initially here. I think that's, a next year problem, but I do think to the extent that we're able to provide some certainty to businesses in the fees that they're setting, I imagine at least that would be helpful. But I'll pause there. I do really want to hear from the public on this as well. And I would, in particular, from my perspective, like to get the public's view and particularly ratepayers' view on some of these, multi-year questions. Kind of, is this something where you would like to see a reduction one year and increase next year, a reduction, increase, or is that is stability kind of more important? Recognizing a lot of this is outside of our control. So why don't I pass it over to Evelyn to open it up for public comment?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We will now open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 8, fiscal year 2025-26 fee rates presentation. I'll start with our in-person participants. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment? I see one. Please make your way up to the podium. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Dawn Kepke on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance again. To say we're relieved would be an understatement. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to see decreases across the various scenarios for facility fee and environmental fee. All of our members are paying at least one, if not multiple, of these fees, so that is certainly encouraging. We are certainly pleased to see that one of the options for the generation handling fee is status quo, with and included as part of that being a very large chunk of that repayment from that loan. We do think that that is prudent, but we do urge the board to maintain the status quo versus additional added increases. That said, certainly we hear the conversation, the concerns about kind of the structural deficit. That is a huge concern for SEEB and its members as well. And while certainly, you know, that could be argued that that is a next year issue, our members remain concerned about the timing for working through these issues. We understand the complexities about when revenues are collected and, you know, the budget dynamics around, you know, once we see those final numbers. But we really want to continue to encourage the board as well as the department to do what we can to start projecting some of this and looking at them, even if recognizing that these are not final numbers, final scenarios, even before the budget is final. And further, we'd really like to encourage the board, the department, as well as other stakeholders to come to the table this fall to start looking at some of these structural issues sooner rather than later. We are just concerned we're going to continually be in this fiscal cliff in the out years, which is not sustainable, not workable. That is also compounded by the fact that many sectors are looking for various rate adjustments, if not caps or even exemptions from the generation handling fee in particular. That provides that essentially makes our folks very nervous. While we can appreciate some of the underlying reasons they would seek that, that would result in ultimately my SEEB members largely subsidizing the gaps that the department will be facing and result in very substantial increases on them to do that. So we do think that it warrants a conversation well before the next cycle. And we would argue even this fall, have already been in contact with legislative staff who have asked us to start thinking about some ideas, what have you. And so we do look forward to working with the department, with the board, as well as Department of Finance, Administration, Legislature on that, and really just appreciate the work here and look forward to ongoing engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Any other in-person commenters for agenda item number 8? Seeing none, I'll move to our Zoom participants. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to comment on agenda item number 8? Seeing none. Thank you, interpreters, for sharing. There are also no pending Spanish comments on the Spanish line. Last call for in-person and Zoom participants to comment on agenda item number 8. All right, seeing none, that will close public comment for this agenda item. Back to you, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. And as a reminder, so here today we heard the fee rate scenarios. At our meeting next month, the board will take a vote on which of those scenarios the board is adopting. So please join us for our August meeting, at which point the board will take that action. So we'll now turn to agenda item number 9, which is public forum. So this is an invitation to participants to comment on items that are not on the agenda for the board's future consideration. So board staff here will record any action item or items for consideration for a future board meeting that are raised. BES staff will then share these with DTSC leadership team, and our BES staff will then report back on progress of these action items at a subsequent meeting. So Evelyn, over to you to facilitate that.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Sheena Brooks here. I will be taking over clerking for the remainder of the meeting. So we will open the floor now for public forum for items not on the agenda. So I will take in-person commenters first. So those in person that wish to comment, please raise your hands. Seeing none in person, for those on Zoom, if you would like to make a comment for a public forum, please raise your virtual hands. I see 3 as of now. Therma Runaway, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation if you like. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Therma. I'm making a comment because the County of Monterey was using observations and assessment from the DTSC to make decisions about the Moss Landing battery fire. And there were some serious issues with the data collected and the assessments made that I want to point out to you guys. So the first one I want to point out is that we were exposed to multiple chemicals, not just one chemical. It wasn't just heavy metals. It was heavy metals, PFAs, dioxins, and asbestos. The next comment I want to make was you guys used occupational standards to use for our assessment. But unfortunately, we, one, weren't getting paid to be we don't work there. We live here. We're being exposed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, not 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So you guys need to get your exposure standards right. And the last one was you guys made decisions on a lack of data, not because you had data saying it was safe. So I will just give you an example. Some of the EPA air monitoring stations were not collecting HF, which is hydrofluoric acid. You guys were saying, oh, there were no dangerous levels. But the truth is that your machines weren't calculating it. And that fire burnt. So the stations that weren't calculating it were the ones that were placed further away. And that fire burnt so hot that it literally melted steel beams, and the second floor of batteries collapsed into the first floor of batteries, and that whole fire erupted even bigger, on the second day. And you guys didn't have any monitors that were a significant distance from that fire to calculate how much HF was being calculated. But I could tell you, as somebody who was 6 miles away, we could smell it. We were exposed. We definitely know. We did sampling around our homes. We're finding that there's heavy metals, dioxins, and PFAs coating all of our structures. Now, if you dig out in the soil, it wasn't there historically. And in fact, the DTSC, you guys yourself said that the levels are decreasing as time goes on, as it rains and it starts working its way into the environment. So obviously, there was a big exposure event, and you guys failed to keep us safe from it. And you guys made an assessment that we were safe, even though you didn't have the data to prove it. You made it with a lack of data. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next hand raised, Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez. Please accept my request to unmute. You may please state your name and affiliation if you like. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. I just wanted to comment on a really big difference I see in the sense of urgency at DTSC, and I heard it over the last couple of days, and I just wanted to point it out. I'm sure the board, I think you probably noticed this too. But yesterday we heard about how urgent it was to get this hazardous waste management plan approved. We have all these, as I pointed out yesterday, exemptions and exclusions and all kinds of ways to manage waste more efficiently and more quickly. And that needs to get passed as soon as possible. Despite the fact that it just came out and we just saw it first thing in March, but it has to get done as soon as possible. And then today, we were talking about cumulative impacts and SB 673, a law that was passed a decade ago, and DTSC was ordered by the state legislature and the governor to have in place rules for determining community vulnerability and cumulative impacts of pollution, so that determinations could be made about risks to people when permit decisions were being made. And here we are hearing today, when I asked a question about, well, when are the rules actually coming out, rules that were due 7.5 years ago now that have not been in place. Meanwhile, permitting is ongoing, really illegally, if you think about it. It's not, permitting is going on without any consideration for the cumulative impacts of pollution and community vulnerability in those permit decisions. And when I ask, well, when are the rules supposed to come out? Oh, well, we're not sure. Maybe the end of this year. It's challenging, I heard. It's challenging to set dates for these kinds of decisions. So, two very different senses of urgency. One, clearly, there's a sense of urgency when a plan is being developed to weaken regulations and incentivize more hazardous waste management by as many people, many operators as possible with fewer regulations, versus putting into place more stringent regulations to protect the public that are still not in place many, many years after they were due. That's a really glaring difference I see, and I'm not alone in seeing these differences. Community members across the state of California are seeing vast differences here, and we hope the BES sees those too and acts accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Daniel M., please accept my request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation if you like. You have 3 minutes. Daniel M., would you like to comment? Okay, I'm going to, okay, Ivana, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, this is Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I was wondering if there was an update on the 2024 DTSC evaluation. I couldn't remember the timeline of how that came out last year, and I'm sorry if I may have missed something about it earlier, but really interested to hear about that process and how the board is considering that process, as well as if they are taking if they are, contacting communities that are impacted by DTSC's activities as part of that evaluation, and sort of what inputs it's using for that. So thank you.
Thank you for that question. So the past year when the board did do the evaluation, it was on calendar year, and it really didn't line up with a lot of DTSC's deliverables. So this time around, we had to move from calendar year to fiscal year. So it's been almost like a 1.5 year long process of that transition. So the board is actually, now that the fiscal year just ended, the board is starting the evaluation process. We're at the very, very beginning of that, since just today we received kind of the last update on the director's priorities from 24-25. So the board is starting that process. Staff and board members are working on the evaluation. And in terms of engagement with the public will, we will allow a 30-day period where anyone from public can submit a letter to the board, which will be attached to that evaluation. And we're hoping that the board will vote on that at the January board meeting, since it takes some time to put that evaluation together. But in our coming board meetings, we'll have some more information about.
Thank you for that. Next commenter, Daniel M. I'm going to send you a request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation if you like. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm representing just the private sector. I'm a health and safety manager, and I wanted to thank the board member, Georgette Gomez, for bringing about the balance of attention to the proactive versus reactive. I understand that the mission of the DTSC is to, in the future, is to be more critical of employers in terms of enforcement, but I'd also like to think that it would also be important to assess the proactive approaches for training. and possibly have an agenda topic for the next meeting to have an assessment of the companies that are regulated by the DTSC, and to ensure that the training that is offered is of the correct percentage, to ensure proactively that companies are available to do what's required, and to not end up into the reactive where the enforcement is more utilized. So.
Thank you for that. Last call for public forum comments. While we wait, Spanish interpreters, can you please let me know if we have any comments in the Spanish line? Seeing no additional hands raised, Chair Rickstraw, that concludes public forum.
Thank you very much, Sheena, and thanks to the members of the public that provided their public comments. So we'll now move to agenda item number 10, which is the review, discussion, and possible approval of the minutes from our May 15th meeting in Cyprus. So I'd like to ask the board, is there any discussion regarding the minutes in our board packets? Not, can I have a motion to approve the May 15th meeting minutes?
Chair Rakestraw, I move to approve the minutes.
There is a second. We have a motion to approve the May 15th meeting minutes and a second. Evelyn, will you please, or sorry, Sheena, will you please call the vote?
Thank you, Chair Rickstraw. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. The approved minutes will be posted on our website in the coming days. Chair Rickstraw.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to item number 11, which is the review of our action items from today's meeting and yesterday's meeting. So I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Hacker to review those.
Thank you. I have a short list and Executive Officer Sharma has a longer list. I'm capturing just the things that are actual board action items, but we all have some very extensive notes with regard to follow-up requests made, many of them captured for follow-up with DTSC by our ombuds and the like. So given the brevity of what I will say, it in no way reflects many of the things that we will be following up on. In terms of action items, the board in agenda item 5 voted 5-0 to accept the schedule for the hazardous waste facility operating permit decision status report, the amendment that relates to Ecobat Resources California. And then moments ago, the board voted 5-0 to approve the May 15th minutes. Those are the action items that I have, and over to Swathi.
Sure. So I will recap what our ombuds and tech team have captured, but just so folks know, they go back and rewatch the board meetings to ensure that they didn't miss any things in terms of action items, both for BES and DTSC. So from agenda item number 4, we have a number of action items from the DTSC leadership report. Member Bhatia requested information on whether Atlas Metal will be did any biomonitoring or liable for any community compensation. Member Gomez requested further information about the $70 million being allocated to Exide cleanup. We had a question from the public, from Don Kepke from SEEB, asked whether stakeholders and the public will have an opportunity to better understand what DTSC's public participation program will look like. Also requested how the ECL is currently funded and whether there is any interest in expanding that funding, possibly looking at new funding structures to the extent that there is an interest beyond expanding any funding. Also, Don asked if DTSC is collaborating or coordinating with other boards or departments under Cal EPA umbrella on PFAS investigation, would like to clarify on whether that would be focused on sites and the development of PFAS action plan and what that timeline looks like, as well as stakeholder engagement. Brian Cadena from Unidos Network requested information about which facilities under DTSC jurisdiction contain or process PFAS. Member Brostrom requested information on DTSC's biomonitoring program and criteria for biomonitoring. Chair Rakestraw asked about the department of using existing resources, or will there be new resources for the director's priority? Member Gomez asked for information on, moving to agenda item number 6, SB 673, Track 2. Member Gomez asked for information on DTSC utilized to define sensitive receptors. And then EJAC update, Member Brostrom and Gomez requested training for EJAC members to familiarize them with DTSC's organization and the role with facilities it oversees. In terms of BES action items, going back to agenda item number 3, the executive officer report, Angela Johnson-Mazaros asked about the public participation training. Miguel Alathor also asked about the public participation training, and I believe board members did also, so we will have a follow-up on that. Member of the public, David M., requested information about hazardous waste management training currently available to the public. Member Brostrom wanted to know if there was any mechanisms that can be utilized as a board to improve timeliness, and what can the board do within its authority to help timeliness as it relates to DTSC's deadlines. And then this is actually a DTSC action item, but Angela Johnson-Mazaros requested for the scope of work for the EJAC consultant contract. And there might have been a few that we missed, but we certainly will recapture those after our team rewatches the board meeting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Vice Chair and Swati. That moves us to item number 12, which is the closing of this meeting. So this concludes today's board meeting. Our next board meeting will be at the end of August, where we will consider, among other things, the director's priorities, as well as the fee rates. So I'd like to thank our board and support staff for their assistance today. I'd also really like to thank our facilitation team who are listed here on the slide right now. And thank you really for all your support. Please tune in to the BES website for further details on our Wednesday, August 27th meeting. But until then, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Chair Rakestraw, I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I second.
Sheena?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. The meeting is officially adjourned at 3:47 p.m. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously, Chair Rakestraw. The meeting is officially adjourned at 3:47. Thank you all.